to get started. And
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Everyone.
Good morning.
Question, are we calling the building cases first?
we can call whatever order you like. I have no, that's typically what we do, unless there's
Wow, the audio is
respondents
very low.
present.
Still waiting for Erica. Oh, there she goes.
Make it bigger. Maximize it.
Erica, can you hear?
Yes.
Wanted to know, are we calling the building cases first?
Please.
Please.
Okay.
You guys make it sound like you don't want to spend the morning with us. That certainly can't be the case.
Your Magistrate, would you like to have our microphones on mute until to be addressed?
Will there be a added level of inefficiency when you have to turn people on and off? Or is that better than any potential noise that we might get?
Only because the microphones tend to cause interference when a Zoom call is in process, to where it makes the camera go to whoever's microphone is on.
Yeah, then that's fine.
I would highly suggest muting mics when you're not activated.
Thank you.
Let's do that then. Sounds good.
In the background of the car.
So I guess everybody's kind of scattered to the four corners today, yeah?
Yes.
I'm not sure there's going to be a particularly efficient way to swear everybody in. We may have to kind of, I think I need to be able to see. I can see Erica. I can see Valerie. There's John, Robert. I got Ray, Paul. Mitch, is that you in the chambers with the mask on? Okay. And Cassandra. So I can see all of those folks. There's is that Donald? And there's Joe. Okay. So
You see, do you hear Joanne?
Are
Are you guys hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah, we're.
Joanne, your case is not until 11:30.
Oh, okay. So I wasn't sure with the 9 o'clock to. So okay, take this and just 11:30 chime in. Okay. No
Thank
problem.
you. No problem. Thank you.
And I
Mr.
also see,
David, can you hear and see me?
who was that?
It's Phil.
Yes, I got you right there.
Okay.
So, well, I guess let me go ahead and call this to order. Is the city ready with whatever recording you're doing and everything? Okay. With that being understood, then let me call to order the City of West Palm Beach Special Magistrate Code Enforcement Agenda. Today is August 18th, 2020. My name is Keith Davis. I'm the Special Magistrate appointed by the city to preside over today's agenda. We'll be begging a little patience from everybody. We're doing this via Zoom, the entire agenda, and it's a regular sized agenda for sure. So Let me start by swearing in all the officers who are going to be testifying.
It's not just.
And since let me just for the record again, I have Mr. Williams, Mr. Petrick, Mr. Belize, Miss St. Hilaire, Mr. Leung, Mr. McFarland, Mr. Petrick. Oh my God, Mitch, I'm drawing a blank on your last name. Thank you.
Clark.
Then I also have Miss Binns, Miss Luster, Mr. Frasca, Mr. Watkins, Miss Borso, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Cartwright, Mr. Pesmino. That's everybody that I can see. So let me swear all of you in. If I missed anybody and we get to a point where you need to testify, just let me know and I'll swear you in at that point.
You've also got Mark Joyce. He's standing off camera at the moment.
We've also got Mr. Tim Large here.
Okay, if each of you can raise your right hands, do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yes.
What order do you want to take these? I thought before we started, there was a request to take the building or construction cases first.
Magistrate,
Yeah,
if I can have just a moment to address people.
yes.
Okay, the people here as well, everyone at home, participants or viewers, this is the first time we're doing this completely virtual. As the magistrate said, please exercise patience, bear with us. There may be some bumps, we're gonna work through them and get this day done.
You're good.
That was it.
Thank you, Mr. Posner. I appreciate that.
Excuse me, may I ask a question?
Who
This is
is,
712 El Vedado, and for some reason, my camera is saying it's in use by another application. I noticed that one of the people was told she would be at 11:30. I'd like to reboot. Can someone tell me what time I'm up?
well, we don't know who you are because you didn't. tell
Okay.
us the name.
712 El Vedado.
Should
It's
be on
number
the 9 a.m.
Number 8 on the agenda.
hearing.
Ma'am, 712 El Vedado is the regular agenda, which starts at 9 o'clock. The 11:30 case is a different agenda.
Is it okay if I reboot my computer to see if I can get my camera to come on?
Magistrate will let her reboot and you can just make sure it's not called.
That's fine.
Thank you.
So, if everybody can kind of be aware of stating your name before you start to speak, there's a lot of folks on this call, and we need the record to identify who's talking. So, and also so I can see who's talking, and why don't we go ahead and do the construction cases first and get those folks out on their way and get those cases handled. And then we'll move on to the cases where we have respondents who are joining us via Zoom.
Okay, this is Erica. Just quickly, I see that someone for 415 10th Street has signed in, and that's for the 11:30 agenda. So
That's correct. And the one,
Instead of being late.
Okay.
and
just
the
wanna let-
1005 Summit Boulevard, therefore 11:30.
Okay, just want to let them know, and then we'll start with development services. Okay, so first case number 4 is 834 K Street, CE 2001039, number 4, 834 K Street.
Mr. Petty,
Philip Petty?
your phone, please.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm ready when you are. Go ahead with the case.
This is Philip Petty, Chief Electrical Inspector for the City of West Palm Beach. This was written up by Dan Kempa It was an addition in the back of the house without a permit. It was posted on the door on 8/4. And it is not complied by having the permits issued.
How did we get notice for today's hearing?
Certified mail, regular mail, and posted.
Is there a respondent present for this case? All right, does not sound like it. I will find proper notice though with the certified mail and the posting. Is there any other testimony from the city?
Not really.
Okay. Based on the testimony I've been given, I will find property remains in violation as cited. Do you have a recommendation for relief on this case?
30 days to comply, $50 a day thereafter.
I will accept that recommendation and for 30 days to comply, and thereafter daily fines of $50 per day until compliance is achieved. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Number 5, 2501 Bristol Drive, CE 200300030.
This is Philip Petty with Chief Electrical Inspector for the City of West Palm Beach. They had the service. How did they do the service today? It was posted, mail, and certified. They had, hello?
I'm here. I can hear you.
Still there?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, they had put in air conditioners on the roof without a permit. And there was, that's why, I don't know if you got the pictures or not, but there's 4 or 5 air conditioners. They haven't got a permit. And the recommendation I would have would be 30 days to comply or $100 a day thereafter.
Looks like the pictures are popping up now. So.
There we go. That would be the where we got service, or we posted it. See if we can get to the air conditioner. Did you get to see the air conditioner?
No, I saw a portion of the notice document.
It might be all one file. Try scrolling down. You have it, Monique?
Did you separate? She separated them. Monique, look for one that says pictures. Photos. Or photos. Should be there. I can't hear. E-N-G. Go to attachments, and if you go to attachments, he's going to see differences.
No, that's okay. Yeah, the pictures were from 8/4/2020. There it is. That's the one.
That's okay. At least we got them.
There you go.
I'm feeling a little twisted today.
We've got them.
There we go.
So that compressor, and there's 3 others you said that were all put up there without permits?
Yeah, I think there was a total of 5 units.
Okay. Permits for none?
0.
All right, anything else from the city on this one?
No, thank you.
Is a respondent, anyone here on behalf of the respondent for this case? All right, I will, even though the respondent is not present, I do find proper notice with the certified mail and posting. Based on the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 30 days for compliance, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Next case number 22-401 28th Street, CE 200400078, number 22-401 28th Street.
Okay,
You're done.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. Attilio Belisle, plumbing inspector, City of West Palm Beach. Property was initially cited back in April of 14th of 2020. It was for interior work being done without proper permit or inspection. They've applied for their electrical, and they've applied for their the construction permit, but they need their plumbing and electric permits to be obtained.
What was the recommendation we did?
okay.
Tell me about proper service.
We obtained proper service for this case. And city's recommendation is all permits within 7 days or $150 a day. Plans approved, need electric application and a plumbing application.
The notice, was that by posting and certified mail?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? All right, I will find proper notice with the certified mail and the posting, even though the respondent is not present. So the recommendation is in 7 days, they need to have obtained the plumbing and the electrical permits.
Yes, sir.
And do whatever it takes for them to get those. Is that
Yes.
correct?
But, yeah, this is Tim Lars, the Chief Plumbing Inspector. The plans are all approved. The only thing that needs to be done is they just have to come in and bring in the applications and the permits can be issued. So, this can easily be done within 7 days.
That sounds, if that's all that has to happen, I would agree.
Yes, sir.
All right, then, in this case, I will, based on the evidence and testimony, find that the property remains in violation as cited. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow 7 days for the violations to be complied, as described by the inspectors. If compliance is not achieved in 7 days, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed until it's in compliance.
Next case number 23-525 27th Street, CE 2005015, number 23-525 27th Street. I believe we do have a respondent on this
Yes.
case.
Okay.
Attilio Belisle, plumbing inspector, City of West Palm Beach. This property was initially cited in May 27th of 2020. For the violation was for an exterior shower, AC, a mini split AC, a fence installed without proper permits or inspections. The fence permit has been obtained, applied for, and but it's not issued. No other permits have been applied for. We obtained proper service and posting of the property. The city recommends obtain all permits within 30 days or $150 a day fine.
So the fence permit you said is ready to be picked up. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's been applied for on July 21st, 2020.
Okay, so they would still need to apply for the permit regarding the AC installation and I guess the plumbing for the shower.
Yes.
And is, you believe 30, if there is good faith action on the part of the respondent, 30 days should be enough time to turn that around in terms of
Guys.
process?
I don't know if anybody can hear me.
They've had since May, magistrate,
Yeah,
to obtain these permits to submit, and they haven't done
Guys.
anything.
okay.
Hey,
All right.
hello? Hello?
Hold on a minute, please. Erica, did
Okay,
you say we
okay.
have a respondent present?
Yes.
Okay, and okay, who is present here on behalf of the respondent?
Jose De Leon, how are you? I'm sorry, I just don't know if anybody could hear me.
We can. We are. This is a process, and we're working through it. I'm looking. Are you on? Okay, you're not on video, Mr. De Leon.
No, I'll start that right now. 1 second. Okay. Now, can you see me?
I'm gonna find you again. There you are. I need to place you under oath, sir. If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Why don't you go ahead and tell me about what's going on with this case?
Well, we've had a lot of delays. We're trying to comply as soon as possible. I wanna ask for ample time, and I'll tell you what we've done, just so you know. We applied for that first permit, but because of many reasons, we've had delays. But just so you know what we've been doing, we've hired an expediter, we've hired a contractor, we applied for the fence permit, we hired an engineer to do a as-is drawings, we hired an AC contractor, we hired an electrical contractor, and we ordered a new survey. So that's what we've been doing. And because of the whole COVID situation and scheduling permits and just missteps by us, we've been delayed. But I think now we have the right team in place by hiring all of these people, and we're working to get this, completed as soon as possible with these professionals that we hired, and we already spent a lot of money on it. So we're getting toward it, but we just don't want to be, sort of like under the gun. And if we could have 3 months to take care of it, obviously that's not what we want. We don't want to take that long because we hired all of these people, and obviously they are, they want to finish their job. And that's pretty much it. If you guys can allow us that time.
All right, let me, if we're talking about obtaining permits, I'm not sure that 90 days is reasonable. That seems excessive, but let me let the city respond to that request.
The city's recommending to obtain all permits within 30 days or $150 a day fine. I can go 60 days for it, but I don't know why we've already had since May to obtain any kind of permits, and nothing's been done. Nothing's been submitted except for the fence.
I appreciate the city's position. Based on what I've heard, to get the permits based on Mr. De Leon's testimony, it sounds like they've been doing some advanced work. It shouldn't take more than another month to get the permits, and then you're under the permits, Mr. De Leon, and then you have additional time to actually complete the work. But what the city is looking for is 30 days to get the permits. And I think that that's reasonable, especially given what you told me about what you've done up to this point, that your team should be ready to apply for and obtain those permits. And then, everybody would like to see you get your project done as soon as possible after that. But you have to have the permits to do the work. Yes, sir.
Your magistrate, the city can go 45 days maximum to help Mr. De Leon, to give him time.
All right. Mr. De Leon, is there anything else you'd like to tell me, sir?
Well, I just want to be clear. So that means 45 days to get the permit, and then, to do that doesn't include doing the work, or can we talk about if there's delays and any work that needs to be done, or is that 45 days to where you got to get the permit and have everything closed?
So my order will require you to get your permits within 45 days. That takes it out of code enforcement, but then you're still under the building permit requirements, and you have to proceed and get the inspections pursuant to the building code, and you'll have to work with the building inspectors to deal with that. But you get the permits within 45 days, that will take you out of code enforcement.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll be able to get that done.
Okay.
Mr. De Leon,
Yes, sir.
all you have to have is one approved inspection within 180 days for your permit. That'll keep the permits alive, and that'll be approved through the Florida Building Code.
Okay, perfect. All right, guys, we should be able to get that done. So I
Okay.
guess looking forward to it. Do I need to do anything else, or I guess that's part of the record and we just proceed?
Well, you'll get a written order that memorializes my decision, and then you're going to have to proceed to get your permits. Have your folks go to the city hall and apply for and obtain the permits that are necessary. But you'll get an order on this case.
Okay.
All right. So I do find proper notice. Mr. De Leon is present. The city had the proper documentary notice as well. Based on the evidence and the testimony that I've heard, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to allow 45 days for compliance to be achieved, which means obtaining the necessary permits to do the work. If that does not occur, there will be daily fines of $150 per day until compliance is achieved. And as I said, Mr. De Leon, you'll get a copy of that order.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
Next case number 24-632 13th Street, CE 200702668, number 24-632 13th Street.
Good afternoon.
Celia Belisle.
Good morning, Daniel
Morning.
Hirschman, Daniel Hirschman, attorney at law for the property owners. My clients are on my speakerphone. You should be able to hear them. They should be able to hear you.
All right, let me go ahead and hear from the city on this case, and then we'll circle back to you and your clients. Is that all right, sir?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Celia Belisle, City Inspector for the City of West Palm Beach. The property was originally cited back in July 16th of 2020 for a structure being occupied without a permanent source of water. They have obtained certified service through mail, posted on site as well. And there's no permanent source as of water for water as of today. I'm giving them 24 hours to vacate the property or get a permanent source of water.
Who is occupying the residence?
Unknown, but it is occupied.
Let me ask the question a different way. Do you have an idea, or do you have knowledge of the number of people? Is it one person, multiple people?
I had the city police department with me, and there was what appeared to be vagrants living in the property.
So the city is requiring within 24 hours certify that there is water service to the property. Alternatively, the property has to be vacated.
Correct.
Got it. All right. I gotta find anything else from the city at this point.
No.
All right. I need to find the attorney for the respondent.
Daniel Hirschman.
Mr. Hirschman, there you are. I got you. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. What would you like to tell me about this situation?
Well, the situation, and my client is, like I said, is on the phone, Avia Elliott, and she would testify, I believe, that there are no occupants. There may have been from time to time people who broke in and squatted there, but they've been to the property very recently, and they will testify that nobody's occupying it. It's their intention to establish water service, get the property rehabilitated, and make it a usable property. But right now, they don't harbor anybody there. They've not allowed anybody to be there. And so it doesn't really fit the definition of an occupied property without water service.
So if there was a person inside, it was without your client's permission, is that what I understand?
Yes, at the time it was posted, there was an occupant.
Right, but our position is yes, if somebody was in there that was without permission of the owners.
So everybody wants this property to not have anybody in it.
At the moment, that's correct, yes.
As we speak today, and there's both the city and the respondent are of the position that there should not be anybody in there. The respondent is not allowing anybody to be in there.
The magistrate,
Yeah.
I can meet with the owner tomorrow to verify that there's no occupants in the home. And if that's the case, we can close the file.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good idea. I'm not inclined to take any action on this at the moment. It sounds like everybody here is on the same page, and that there shouldn't be anybody in there. And if this is a vagrancy and a trespassing situation, then maybe there's a better way to handle it than a code enforcement order on being occupied without water. Unless there's any objection from either the respondent's counsel or the city, I would propose to table this matter, continue it to the next agenda, if necessary, let that meeting take place and see if this can be resolved in a different manner than, because I'm not sure that me doing anything today is going to solve the problem. So is there any objection to proceeding in that manner?
No objection, but I would need to have a contact information for the owner of the property.
You want me to do that after the hearing, or you want to try to get that right now?
Mr. Hirschman, if you could, I'm sorry, go ahead.
If we could do it now, that'd be acceptable, because I don't have, my cases are being held
Okay.
first thing.
Avia, phone number, please.
Yes, I have two numbers, 561-667-2951, that's my number. And there's Garth Griffith, 561-541-2580.
2580, 667-2951, or 541-2580.
Confirmed.
Perfect.
All right,
Thank
thanks, everybody. I appreciate you guys working together on this one.
Can we just be indulged for a moment? What time tomorrow?
We, want to make a time right now?
Yes, we can set a time for tentatively 9 a.m.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you both. I appreciate the collaboration and willingness to cooperate.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. What's next?
Next case is number 25, 509 19th Street, CE 200700269, number 25, 509 19th Street. I do believe we have a respondent present for this one as well.
All right, I'm ready.
Attilio Belisle, City of West Palm Beach Inspector. I initially cited the property back in July 16th of 2020 for a structure being occupied without permanent source of water. The building is being deemed unsafe. We received a note this morning that there's no permanent source of water as of today. We have a certified mail and regular mail, and we also posted on the property. The city is requesting for 24 hours to vacate the property or get a permanent source of water.
Got it.
And there was people living in the home here as well.
What was the last date that you saw evidence of occupancy?
Occupied last was August 5th.
All right. We have a respondent here today for this case.
Yes.
All right. Looks like are both of you going to be speaking to me, or just one of you?
Well, I'm the one who lives there.
Let me. I lost you folks. Where did you go? Hang on just a second. Chambers. All right, ma'am. What is your name?
Theodosia Brown.
Miss Brown, I need to place you under oath before I take your testimony. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I can see you and I can hear you. Why don't you tell me what's going on?
Well, I've been there a long time, but everything just seems to come around us, but we need help. I'm on disability and I'm trying to find help for like 2 years for me to move out. I haven't came up with anything because everything is so high. I have one income. I'm trying to comply with the water, but nothing has happened as yet.
Well, you can't live there without water. That's a health issue that affects not only yourself but neighboring properties. So there's nothing I can do. I don't think that
I was trying to get
convince.
help.
I understand, ma'am, but you can't live in the residence without a source of water. The city is concerned about you as well as the neighboring properties, and living in these conditions impacts everybody around there. So I don't know, and I'm not even sure who this question goes to. Are there any social services that the city can put Miss Brown in touch with? Because I'm inclined, I don't really see that I have much of a choice but to accept the city's recommendation in this case. And I understand that that's a very difficult position for Miss Brown, but I also understand you can't live there without water. So anyway, does anybody have any thoughts at the city on that question?
I don't know if Miss Brown has gone to Vickers' house.
No, I haven't tried the Vickers house, but I've been here, I've been upstairs, and they were saying that I couldn't get nothing done to it because it's not in my name. It's my grandmother's property.
Oh, you might want to try. Do you know where Vickers' house is on Palm Beach Lakes?
Okay.
Try that. And then if they can't help, they can send you to other places.
Yeah.
Thank you for that suggestion. I appreciate it. Ms. Brown, is there anything else that you would like to tell me? I understand your situation, and I am sympathetic.
Special Magistrate,
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Lester. She
Yes.
can also try the Urban League of Palm Beach County. They do assist in water bills and stuff of that nature.
Did you hear that, Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that as well. All right. Anything else from the city on this one?
No.
All right. This is a difficult case, but I do find proper notice. Ms. Brown is present. She's testified that she is the resident. The city has proper notice with the certified mail and the posting as well. Beyond that, the violation certainly is a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. I am going to find the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation Excuse me.
Magistrate, your magistrate?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm willing to give the owner additional 3 days to obtain a permanent source of water. I think that should be fair enough time for them to either activate a permanent source of water or find some help.
So 72 hours, that's 3 days. I think that is probably as far as I'd be willing to go as well, given the circumstances, but I will agree to that. So Ms. Brown, what my order is going to say is that you have 72 hours, which is 3 days, to either find another place to stay or get the water turned back on. And what's also important is that you need to keep the city advised of whichever way you go, so that they know, that you comply with that 72-hour deadline.
Okay. I really appreciate it.
All right. All right, I will sign that order. Best of luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next case, number 1 on the agenda, 530 Clematis Street, CE 200601114, number 1, 530 Clematis Street.
Before we start, are we at the point where we've gone through the cases where we have respondents present, or do we still have?
Is there no respondent present for this one?
I don't know.
What's the address?
Alberto, this is yours. It's Clematis.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't hear it. It broke up. I'm sorry. I'm trying to activate my camera, but I don't know why. It's not working.
This is Michael Stevens on behalf of the respondents for 717 Forest Hill Boulevard. I'm here too.
We're not on 717, we're on 530 Clematis Street.
I know the magistrate was just asking if this was the conclusion of all the cases with respondents. And I was just
sometimes when we hit number 1, that means we've gotten to the top and we're just rolling through, but that's not the case today. That's fine. Okay, let's go ahead and proceed with agenda item number 1.
Apologies, my computer just went haywire. Okay. Magistrate Mitch Posner, Code Enforcement for the City, 530 Clematis Street, KCE 200601114. The property was cited on June 10th, 2020. Notification was sent certified mail and regular mail 6/12 of 20, posted to both the property and City Hall on 6/15 of 20. Certified mail was signed for on 6/15 of 20. Violations 18105A for roof repair watertight, 18105J for paint needed, 18105D for proper roof drainage. There has been contact with the owner. It dates back to February 24th of this year, when they were first notified that the issue existed. They were not cited until 4 months later, but had not resolved anything at that point. Owner has advised they wish to demo the property rather than repair the roof. The demo permit was not applied for until 6/8 of 20. And then it was a little more than 2 months before they even loaded up the demo plans to try and get approval. They've had since February to work on the issue, considering the water damage to adjacent structures and the runoff without proper drainage. We have to curtail the delays. The city is asking for an additional 60 days for them to get permit approval, or $500 per day after that. The city is also asking for no more than 120 days to come into compliance, or $500 per day fine until compliance is achieved.
So 60 days to, I guess it would be obtain the demolition permit, and then an additional 60 after that to get the work done.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Gotcha. All right, and we have a respondent present for this case, so I'm.
Yes, hi, this is Alberto Urechega, the property manager. The 120 days should be sufficient. We applied for the permit. The historical preservation department denied the plan because of the facade that they want us to maintain. We did the revisions, and we submitted yesterday. So the 60 days and 120 to comply seems fair on both sides. And if for some reason we can't get the demolition permit, if we can comply with the 120 days to repair the roof, it's just the repair is so expensive, and that's a future development site. We thought that it would be best to just demolish the building and get prepared for new development.
All right. Mr. Posner, anything else that you have before I enter my order on this one?
Only that the city has no preference to roof repair versus demo the site. Either way complies the issue. It just needs to get done in a specified time frame so that the damage to the nearby building stops.
Yep, and I agree. I'm not going to dictate.
Can I say something real quick? So we had a roofer go out there and they did a pressure test years ago. And because this has been a problem that happens every time that there's heavy rain, and even though they want us to repair the roof, which we would rather demolish the building, once we demolish the building, the tenant is still gonna have the same problem because it's not our roof that's causing the leak into their space. It's their concrete is not watertight. So what happens is it rolls down the wall, and it's seeping into the walls. So us doing the roof or demolishing the building is still not going to resolve the tenant next door having their water intrusion.
All right, well, then this case may not solve that problem, but it will at least address the violations on this property. All right, I am going to find proper notice in this case. The respondent is present. The city also has proper notice documentation in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I'm going to find the property remains in violation as cited. Sounds like everyone's in agreement. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation, allow 60 days for the respondent to obtain the necessary, either whether it's a demolition permit or a re-roof permit or whatever permit is required to do the work to comply the situation, and then an additional 60 days after that, or for a total of 120 days. I guess that's the better way to say it, because if so, 120 days to actually get the work done. Again, whether it's the demolition or roof repair. If either the 60-day deadline to obtain the permits or the 120-day deadline to complete the work is not met, there will be daily fines of $500 per day until those violations are cured. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Case is number 8712 Elvidado, CE 200300273.
Hi, I'm here and I'm very sorry. For some reason, my camera won't work in Zoom. I've tried the browser and the Zoom application and it's not working.
Is this Miss Benz?
She's the inspector. My name
Oh, I'm
is
sorry.
Valerie
Yeah,
Sand or Visan Childers Zada.
Okay, I
I'm
see.
here.
Yep, I was reading the wrong name. I apologize. Okay. I actually need to place you under oath, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go back now. We'll hear from Miss Binns
Okay.
for the city's case.
Okay. Sonia Binns, West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on March 14. The notice of violation was posted on June 24th. Certified mail was sent out on June 18. This property was cited for code 18106A, 18106K, 94302, A4, 94442C1, and 9471C. I have made contact with the property owner. The property is still in violation of code 18106A, 18106K, 94302, E4, 94,442C1, and 9471C. The city is requesting an additional 60 days to gain compliance, or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Okay, so none of the cited code sections have come into compliance yet?
Correct.
Thank you. Are there pictures that we're going to scroll through?
Yes.
Okay.
That's gonna be incorrect. Yeah. Yeah, I'll show you. Maybe, or you have your computer, yeah. Thank you. Right, I also want that. All right. You use my email? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna send an invite. Awesome. All right. Got it. Thank you, Joe. You're welcome. Yes, it's welcome.
All right, I think that was all of them. Yeah, okay. We've gone through all the photos now. Let me go ahead and hear from the respondent.
Okay.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. And I know that I've been through this a number of times, but that's because I've been improving this property since I bought it 18 years ago. There was nothing growing there except for that mahogany tree. The rest was cracked black asphalt that was leaking oil everywhere. And whenever the sun hit it, for blocks, it smelled like somebody was getting a new tar roof. I removed all of that asphalt by hand and took 7 truckloads to the dump, actually to the recycling center. The garbage in the driveway, as it was termed in the violations, was 28 yards of hardwood chips. That was the 6th load I believe I've gotten in the last 6 to 8 years. That was not the prettiest load I've ever gotten, but that's part of the way I've been developing soil there. I was told, and that was spread before I even got notice of these violations. You're not supposed to spread fresh chips. You're supposed to wait for a couple of months until they develop fungus, and then you spread them. So that was done before this happened. I was also told that I have to have sod, both there and in the swale. Usually, and I've been told that every time, I call the South Florida Water Conservation District and tell them what's happening. And then they call the inspector and tell them they don't want people to have sod. Not only is it a waste of water, but then you've got much more Roundup going into our water system through drainage. And then the inspectors say, okay, you don't have to have sod. In the swale, I actually wanted to put palm trees. I'm between two blocks that are gorgeous they're shaded with trees. My block has none, but I was told it would cost me $350 per tree. So I couldn't afford that. I spend all my money on animal rescue in this area. I was told that they gave me a list of plants I could put there. Asiatic jasmine was one of them. So I bought 5 or 6 of those and planted them. They're much more grown than it's looking like there. So I complied with what the permit department told me. This was the last time. I feel like I'm in a schizophrenic tug of war between the Department of Sustainability and the city inspectors. I just this morning received another email from the Department of Sustainability. I've participated in everything they do. We're in the middle of the National Mayor's Water Conservation Challenge, and I'm being told to do sod. I've done the rain barrels. I've done the free tree giveaways. I even picked up trees from that program for elderly neighbors who couldn't do that. I've planted more than 24 trees and a ton of flowering bushes, etc. I have much more to do here. I was also told that I was in violation because I had construction materials stacked in the yard. That was the stacks of bricks. Those were being taken to the dump by the Palm Beach Day Academy. They changed out their sidewalk and were going to throw those bricks away. I spent weeks going over there and pulling by hand 300 bricks at a time and bringing them back. I had about 1,800 bricks when it was all said and done, and I couldn't make the walkways until I had spread those chips. So I now have a walkway in the front, a walkway down the side, a walkway under the windows. Those bricks are no longer stacked. I was told that the trellis on the side of the carport is unpermitted fencing. The last time this happened, the inspector was very nice. He worked really closely with me. I spoke with him many times. He told me that nothing in the carport should be seen from the street. So I told him I had always intended to put trellising there and grow flowering vines on it. Would that be okay? And he said, as long as nothing can be seen from the street, that would be fine. That trellising is not actually attached to the carport. I went and got the trellising. I hired someone to help me. And you can see in the pictures, it's all these little squares. In each hole that's there at the top, there's a big screw in the side of the carport in the beam, and the trellis is just hung on that so that it can be easily removed, because in case of a hurricane, I thought I might want to pull that down to save the vines. So I don't understand why now that's being considered unpermitted fencing. I'm trying to fix up this property. I know the neighbors who keep reporting me. Most of my neighbors are extremely supportive. They can see all of the work that I've done. I've tried to hire help for the landscaping for a couple of years, but I either get people who don't show, or I've had 2 people who killed trees. I lost 3 trees to them. So I finally found someone a few weeks ago. He's fantastic, and he's going to be coming every 6 weeks or so to help me weed whack and do the minor things. I have plans to plant another dozen trees. I am participating in the city's wildflower program. The most of the yard, you won't even be able to see the chips, but I'm very concerned because I had planned in about 2 months, as soon as I've been working again and can afford it. Because of COVID, a lot of this has gotten slowed down, but I've been doing 98% of this work by myself. I laid all those sidewalk bricks by myself. It's crazy the amount of work there is to do, but I do it because I want to make this a beautiful place that's sort of a old Florida meets English cottage. I want it to look like fairies live here. So I want to have my mahogany and mango trees trimmed and chipped. The guy who did that, that was my first load of chips, did a beautiful job. The chips aren't like this where they're all various sizes. They're all about the size of a quarter. They're beautiful. And I want to make that the last layer of chips for probably a decade at least. I have soil here now. I have bees and butterflies. I've got 60 more milkweed ready to go in because I get so many monarchs. The 35 milkweed I planted aren't enough. They devastate those. But I've got bees. I have flocks of ibis that come to eat in the front and back.
Ma'am?
Yes.
I need you to focus on telling me about the violations. I appreciate your passion.
Those are the
Ma'am,
violations.
but nobody's complaining about butterflies, ma'am. We have a very long agenda. I appreciate the passion for your property, but I have to ask you to focus on the clean and sanitary condition. You've talked about the fence, and you've talked about the grass, and you've talked about the outdoor storage.
And the outdoor storage, I've organized that. That's all stuff that I'm using for the gardening and the features that I'm doing outside. You cannot see it from the street. You have to walk up the sidewalk and look in the carport to see anything in there.
Okay.
And I had that approved before I did it. And then after I did it, the last time, the carport stuff wasn't as organized, and I did have a lot of cardboard in there. That was all to go under the bricks on the walkway, and that's gone now. So I just want you to understand that I'm not a nuisance neighbor.
I don't think anybody has suggested that you are. I have a question for the city, Ms. Binns. The 94302A4, the fence material, is that prohibited all completely, or is it an issue of permitting? You need to unmute.
Oh, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Oh, I got you. Yep.
Okay. She will need to obtain a permit.
Okay, so it's a permitting issue more than it's not that it's prohibited completely, but it has to be permitted. Okay, understood.
May I ask if it's not attached and I had it approved by the last inspector? It was Mr. Richard Pasmino. Why would I now need to get it permitted?
Let me ask you a question about that. Are you saying Mr. Pasmino told you it did not require permitting, or just that it was
That
allowed?
never came up. He told me you cannot see anything that's in the carport from the street. I asked him, can I put trellising up there? And he said that would be fine. So I went and got the trellising. I put it up, and at the end, he approved it. No mention of permit ever.
Magistrate, can I speak?
Mr. Posner, go ahead.
Mr. Posner, Code Enforcement Supervisor. Her passion is appreciated. The city has no opinion of where ferries want to live. The city code has no opinion of what the Water Conservation Authority, society has. All we have is the city code. The city code does not allow the wood chips all over the place on the front lawn, even when the pile is flattened out. She has spoken consistently of approval for this, approval for this, approval for this. There's no documentation of any such approval. Officer Pasmino's case did not deal with permitting, so the fact that he complied the earlier case because he couldn't see the outdoor storage has no bearing on whether or not a permit was needed for the trellis. Again, we applaud her passion, but she's making the changes that are not within city code and not getting city approval for the changes.
Understood. Thank you very much. Anything else from the respondent?
Yes, I have been told many times that wood chips are okay. And the South Florida Water Conservation District is a government body. And so I don't want sod. You will not be able to see the chips. Ground cover is growing there, and I have a lot of things to plant there. So I don't understand why this sod issue is coming up again, because it's not the law that you have to have sod.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I understand what you're saying. The city code would appear to disagree with you. All right. I am finding proper notice in this case. Respondent is present. The city has proper notice documentation in the file as well. Based on the testimony and the evidence, the photographs that I have reviewed, I am going to find that the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation, allow 60 additional days for compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case is number 67, 1001 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, CE 200500024, number 67, 1001 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard.
Hi. I'm here.
Where's your background?
Good morning. Cassandra saying hello to Code Enforcement with the City of West Palm Beach.
Good morning.
Sorry, that was my sniffles. This property was originally cited May 6th. Property was posted August 5th, 2020. Certified mail was also sent out July 15th. Property was cited for 94-442E, 1816A, 94-446-2, and 94-485B1E. I've had contact with the property owner. At this time, the property has complied with all violations except 94-485B1E, paved and marked parkings. At this time, the city is requesting an additional 90 days or $50 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Are there any photographs on this file? There we go.
No, that's not the property.
That's not it.
Is that the right one?
Oh yeah, that's the right one.
While I'm looking at this, can you explain what the parking?
All that's left, that's the paved and marked parkings, the striping, the double lines, and the white wheel stoppers, which they requires a permit.
All right, so the space, it's a double lined parking space.
Yeah, double
configuration?
lines, white wheel stoppers. That's all that's needed to gain compliance.
So
All right.
we did the lines. We did the lines actually. So what do you want us to do
So-
exactly? We don't know what do you want us to do exactly.
Okay, hold on a minute. So I have no idea who just said all that.
I'm sorry.
As I said at the beginning, when you speak, I need you to state your name.
Okay. My name is Munir Nasser.
I gotta find, let me, just a minute, I have to find you now.
Okay.
Are you on video, sir, or just?
Yeah, I'm in video. And
He's on the chambers camera.
Oh, he's in the chambers?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let me find the chamber view. There we go. All right. Tell me your name again, sir.
My name is Munir Nasser.
Okay, I need to go ahead. I need to go ahead and swear you in before I take your testimony. Do you, can you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm under penalties of perjury, your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, now you can go ahead.
Yeah, we did everything they asked us to do. I don't know why they keep sending us violation papers, and I don't know what they want us to do.
Well, the testimony that was just given is that the parking spaces
Okay,
are currently single lined, and they are, city code requires them to be double lined. And I guess the parking blocks have to be painted white. Is that correct?
Yes, it is white. Okay, two years ago, we got sued by a disabled person, and we had to spend $20,000 to fix the parking space. We had to hire an EDA compliance specialist. So every time the lines faded out, we just reline them. We just redo them. We don't do anything different. So we keep compliant, to keep comply with the code. We just reline them. We cannot change them. We don't change the place of the lines.
City code requires that you have double stripe lines.
When was that? When was that? We've been there for 15 years. When was that happened? Why now?
Sir, we can't talk over one another either. This needs to be one at a time. So let me hear from the city again on the line requirement, and then I'll come back to you.
Sure.
Sorry. Yeah, the city requires that you have double stripe lines, and that's why it requires a permit. When you get the permit, it highlights exactly what you need to do as far as like width and length. So that's why a permit is required. Just painting over, I don't understand that you're saying you just paint over it. It's not in compliance. That's not the proper way of doing it until you get the permit. It has to be inspected by the building inspector, and they have to check off on it saying that it was done properly. Also, planning and zoning would have to look over those plans too.
So
Okay,
let me, go ahead, sir.
Sorry. We
Go ahead.
just reline them. We just highlight them. We don't do any new lines.
Did you
It was
obtain a
black.
permit when you did that, sir?
I'm sorry?
Did you obtain a permit from the city when you
Yes.
restriped it?
Yes. You know, I read 2 years ago, we got sued by a disabled person. So we had to do the whole parking lot. We spent more than $20,000 to do it. So every time we redo it, we put a new coating. We do the same lines exactly. So we keep, we keep up to the code. We don't change anything.
So your testimony is that you obtained a permit from the city to single stripe the parking spaces the way they are right now?
An ADA compliance did all that. I don't know if I think he got that from the city.
No, I understand you told me earlier that you hired an ADA consultant for your parking lot, but that's not the same as getting a permit from the city to stripe it and have it inspected. So my question is, did you get a permit from the city that allowed you to single stripe your parking spaces the way they are?
I'm not sure. I don't remember if I got it or not. I'm not sure. So I'm not gonna.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the
Special Magistrate,
clarification.
we just pulled it up. We don't have anything on record showing that a permit was pulled for the parking lot.
Okay. All right, sir, is there anything else you'd like to tell me in this case?
No. So what should we do now?
Anything else from the city?
No.
Okay. I do find proper notice in this case. Respondent is present. City has proper notice documents in its file. Based on the testimony, I will find the property has complied with all the violations in the notice, except for 94-485B1E regarding the parking spaces. I will accept the city's recommendation and allow 90 days for that violation to be brought into compliance. And thereafter, daily fines of $50 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Can I ask a question? So can I do it by myself, or do I have to hire specialists, or how should I do it?
Well, you have to get a permit from the city building department first and foremost.
I mean, I can do it, or should I hire somebody to do it?
I can't give you that advice. All I can tell you is you have to get a permit before you do anything.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
On a residence, you could do it on a building, but not on.
We've been 2004 for this problem with that. Why not? I don't know why not.
Next case, number 69-1455 North Mangonia Circle, CE. Of 69-1455 North Mangonia Circle.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was originally cited on June 24th of 2020. Certified mail was sent out. Actually, I'm sorry. This property was cited June 6th of 2020. The property was posted on June 24th. Certified mail was sent out on June 10th. I've had contact with the property owner. The property was cited for 94-487B1E. Just a few things I want to bring up to the special magistrate. I've had contact with this property owner on and off. And each time we've spoken, he's made it clear that he will not comply with the order, and he doesn't believe that city ordinances apply to him. Even this morning in an email thread where I was letting him know of other violations that he had on the property, he told me he believed I was infringing on his rights, and that he will be moving forward with a restraining order against me because he's noticed I've been in the area quite frequent. So I just want to put that out there.
Thank you.
He's requesting 5 days or $300 per day until compliance is achieved.
Is the violation the storage?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Is the violation that big blue storage?
Yes, it's to move the shipping container. It's prohibited in residential properties.
Yeah, shipping container.
And as you can see, he's even tried to paint it in the property to make it blend in with each other. That's how far he's willing to go to now remove it.
Okay. Is the respondent present today?
Yes, I am. Max Styles at your service, sir.
Are you in the chambers, or are you appearing remotely?
Appearing remotely, sir.
I gotta find you.
Big head, gray shirt. Should be easy to find.
Well,
over here. Is that better?
let me do it this way.
Maybe. So make sure you finds me.
All right, I have you, sir. Yes, let me go ahead and place you under oath before I get testimony. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and state your name again, and then you can tell me what's going on with this.
My name is James Styles. Everyone calls me Max. Cassandra's driven by my property multiple times, and she never gets out and talks to me. In fact, the other day she came by to take some pictures of my fall, and I saw her in the car. My camera's picked her up as well, and I was outside with my kids, and she just pulled in and be like, "Hey, you're in violation." I'm like, "Okay, no problem. Thank you for the notice. I appreciate it." But she just takes pictures. She's never once come and talked to me in person. I have received certified mail from her in the city, and I do appreciate that. But I think it's a bit unfair. Furthermore, if I may, really quick, I'm trying to get this container to be a storage shed. So I'm going to apply for a permit to make a storage shed, secure it to the ground. It's not a vehicle. It's going to be permanently put in. If the city requires me to stucco the outside or change the veneer so it matches more like a cement building, that's fine too. And you can see in that picture, the white picture there, where I've updated the thing. You actually see my picture as well here. There's a plant I've planted there. In 6 months, that thing will cover that container completely. You won't see the container at all whatsoever. So I'm asking the city to allow me the time to get the proper permitting, pay the proper fees to the city, and get that thing taken care of. I use this container for my business. I have a lot of expensive computer equipment in there, and I use this thing when I go to Europe every year. I pack all my stuff in there so it doesn't get stolen or damaged or becomes a projectile if there's a storm while I'm gone. I don't want it to, become a situation for someone else if I'm not here. And other than that, the one thing I like to throw in, I moved to this neighborhood. I love Roosevelt Estates. I love this area. There's great people here. I spent my own money to clean up the next 2 vacant lots to my house. I spent over $500 to have guys go in there and pick up all the garbage, all the needles, all of the condoms that were in that vacant lot, take care of them, and then pay the dump fees to have them dumped. So that's the type of neighbor that I am. I do have receipts. I have proof. I have pictures, everything. I'm also the type of guy that walks around this Lake Mangonia, and I pick out several large garbage bags worth of garbage out of the lake that people throw in there, bottles and whatnot. So that's the type of person that I am. And I'm sorry that me and Miss Cassandra have a disagreement. Cassandra, please come knock on my door. I'm always available. You have my cell phone. It's on my emails. Call me. Hey, Max, you can't have this thing here. No problem. I'll take care of it. I'm not here to cause problems. I just want to be a happy and a free man. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Cassandra.
All right. Anything else? Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments. Anything else from the city?
No, that's it.
Okay. Well, first of all, I find proper notice. Mr. Styles is present. The city has proper notice documentation in its file. Mr. Styles, while I appreciate what you're wanting to do, having a shipping container is not allowed on the side of your property. So I do find that you are in violation of the city code as cited in the notice. I will give you 10 days to comply by having the storage compartment removed. Thereafter, I will assess the daily fines of $300 per day until compliance is achieved. Okay, thank you very much.
Sir, may I request 30 days, please? Because I'm so difficulty because of COVID trying to get someone out and take it.
Let me hear from the city on that request.
Special Magistrate, the city's position on this is a no. We'll go with the 10 days. Originally, we wanted 5. And as I mentioned before, we've had conversations on the phone where he's explicitly has said that he will not comply with the order. He will not comply with any city order. So at this time, we will stick with the 10 days, and that's all we're willing to go for.
I understand you asked for 5. I think 10 is reasonable, and then I will sign that order. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Next case number 73, 21st Street, CE 2007024, number 73, 21st Street.
Give me just a second.
Yes. I'm
Sandra St. Hilaire, code compliance with the city of West Palm Beach. This property was originally cited on July 14th of 2020. Certified mail was sent out July 17th. The property and City Hall were posted August 5th of 2020. I've had no contact with the property owner. At this time, the city is requesting an additional 5 days or abate. Five days to compliance or will abate, sorry.
This is a vacant lot.
Yeah, it's a vacant lot in a residential neighborhood. It's been overgrown for quite a while. And like I said, no one has contacted me, and I've driven there several times, and it still looks like that, if not worse.
You believe the violation constitutes threat to public health, safety, and welfare in terms of the overgrowth?
Yes, I do.
All right, we have respondent present, I believe, in the chambers.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Randy Skinner.
Mr. Skinner, let me place you under oath.
Yes.
If you can raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, go right ahead, please.
Yeah, we're interested in cleaning up the property. I went by there yesterday. That's the first time that I've actually been at that property. We have a couple other properties in the area that we've continually have had to deal with dumping, and I was focused on those. And I've hired a local gentleman to take care of this property, so I'm gonna meet him out there today. I've been out of town a little bit, and I wasn't aware of this situation.
All right, so you're gonna meet him today. You should be able to get this thing under control within the next 5 days, do you think?
Yes, sir, I should be able to.
Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Anything else from the city?
I would
Nope.
like, yeah.
Anything else, sir? Yeah.
Yeah, if I could meet Cassandra out there, I would, if that's possible, I'd like to do that.
Well,
Yeah, my number's on the notice. Just call me and we'll schedule something.
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
No problem.
All right, in this case, I will find proper notice. Respondent was present in the chambers for the hearing. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited, that the violations constitute a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. I'm going to allow 5 days for the respondent to take care of the violations himself. After that, the city is authorized to enter the property, abate the violations, and assess the costs.
Next case number 3 on the agenda, 717 Forest Hill Boulevard, CE 200302446.
For the magistrate, this is Arlene Francanero on behalf of the Legal Department of City of West Palm Beach. This was previously brought to hearing, and you had indicated that you would take everything under consideration and you would further, at a later date, publish your order. And so we are here for you to publish your order, which you should have in front of you.
Say, I know I provided it. I know after the hearing, I promised I'd have it done within 7 days, which I think I did.
Yes.
So that order did make I don't have it in front of me.
Magistrate, this is Michael Stevens. I'm here on behalf of the respondent. I'm only asking for a brief opportunity to be heard before it's entered.
Certainly. I'm still looking for the document. Can you put it up on the screen, Monique? Do you have it? Or do I need to find it in my...
It may have been emailed to you yesterday.
Oh, okay. I did get a number of emails. Let me find that. There it is. Okay, so everybody has a copy of the thing, I believe.
That's the wrong order. That was the agreement to set the date.
I have the order dated July 20th on my computer that's not linked to Zoom. So I do have it in front of me.
Okay.
And I don't think I need to read it in verbatim, but I did make a finding based on the testimony that there was proper notice, that there was a violation, that the violation was irreparable and irreversible in nature, and I imposed a one-time fine of $10,000. That went to Mr. Stevens, Ms. Rothenberg, and Mr. Posner. Let me go ahead and Mr. Stevens asked to have an opportunity to comment. Let me go ahead and hear from him.
Thank you, Magistrate. Good morning. Michael Stevens on behalf of the respondents. Yeah, on the order, we are asking for you to potentially reconsider the amount of the fine. I know when I made the argument the last time around, we took the position that this was a violation of your last order and that the last order said $1,000 a day. And Your Honor, I understand based on the proposed order for today, you found this to be a different violation and assessed the $10,000 violation. Magistrate, can you hear me okay?
I do, yes, I do.
Okay. And so the two items just asked for consideration in the request to have it reduced are again just two things. The first is that, again, my clients went forward with this with the idea of allowing a wedding to not be canceled the day before, and haven't done any other weddings since that time.
Objection, Magistrate. Are we going to hear all the case details again?
Nope, I'll be brief, Mr. Posner, I promise.
No, and I'll give you every opportunity to respond as well, Mr. Posner.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The idea with this wasn't, again, to make money. The total amount they received for this wedding was $7,500. Obviously, this amount, exceeds that by a bit. And then for some perspective on it, we understand that, during this time, you've obviously had many hearings for different types of code violations. And one that just kind of gave me a little pause was one that you heard on June 17th, 2020 for the property at 4401 Greenwood Avenue. That was in the middle of COVID. They were operating a restaurant in the back of an unpermitted restaurant in the back of their house. And they were assessed a $250 fine for that violation, which obviously in the middle of a pandemic in my mind is a little, more serious than what was going on prior to the pandemic. But nevertheless, Magistrate, we would simply just ask that you consider reducing the fine that you have imposed upon them. I understand the $2,000 that I saw it the first time was obviously rejected, but I'd ask that a reduction be made to a lower amount, and that also that the respondents be given an opportunity to pay down the fine over a period of time. And that's all I have to say, Magistrate. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to speak this morning.
You're welcome. Let me hear from the city.
Magistrate, I'll let legal respond as far as paying down any fine is concerned. As far as the code office is concerned, that we have no opinion on that. But regarding everything else, between two hearings on this property for similar issues, we spent over 5 hours. The only thing we have is an objection to discussing this any further. We want to stand by your order, bearing in mind that the fine could have been as high as $15,000 if the magistrate had so decided.
All right, is there any input from the city attorney's office?
Your Honor, we stand by certainly our arguments from the last hearing. Again, just to briefly mention, when we first met for this hearing, or excuse me, for this property in February at the hearing, your magistrate had indicated that you would entertain an irreversible at the next hearing. That's what you did. When we met next time, you issued the 10,000. In terms of a payment plan or paying it down, I wouldn't object to something like 30 or 45 days. But that's certainly long enough, I think, on that.
All right. Then I have heard everything everybody has said. The request to reduce the amount of the fine is denied. I'm going to stand by the order that I originally rendered. Likewise, I have no objection to allowing 45 days to pay that. So if you want to, I don't know how you want to memorialize that, if I need to amend the order or.
I think you need to amend the order.
I'm happy to do that. I will add an allowance for 45 days to pay that amount, and I will turn that around certainly by the end of the week. I don't know how long our agenda is going to take today. I don't know. I'll try and get it done this afternoon. If not, I should have it done tomorrow. And then I'll redistribute that to other parties. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's all I have for contested matters. Does anyone have anything else? Anyone else signed in?
I don't see anything else for 9 o'clock.
Okay. Does anybody need a brief recess, or are we good pushing on?
Pushing on.
Let's do it. Okay.
I was gonna say recess, but it's okay.
Okay, next case is number 1548 6th Street, CE 200700176.
Good morning.
Go ahead, Mr. Cartwright, whenever you're ready.
All right, Officer Phil Cartwright, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property at 1548 6th Street was originally cited on July 17th, 2020 for work without a permit and screening of restricted vehicles. Service was achieved by certified mail on 7/13 of 2020. Property was posted on July 11th, 2020, as well as City Hall. All violations are still current. The city is asking that the property take the proper measurements to apply for a permit for the driveway that was put down inside the property, as well as making preparations to remove the restricted vehicle, actually screen the vehicle so that it is screened properly. The city is asking that the property come in compliance within 30 days or $100 per day thereafter.
All right. And I will find proper notice with the certified mail and posting. I understand we have no additional respondents, either physically present in the chambers or appearing remotely. If that changes, let me know so that we can handle that appropriately. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day.
Thank you.
Next case number 1349 9th Street, CE 200700041.
John Frosco, West Palm Beach Code. That case was complied.
Number 7210 Miramar Way, CE 2007014.
Right. Now that case is in violation. Okay, John Frosco, West Palm Beach Code. That property was cited for no rental license, AKA rental business tax receipt and certificate of use. and supportive to that of the evidence of engaging in business 82-151. The property was posted for the second time. This is a second hearing, along with a letter and sent with a letter. Certified mail was sent out on August 5th of 2020, letting them know that this hearing was rescheduled for this matter. I have not heard from the owners of the property. The evidence that I have is that they are renting the property. It's currently occupied, which is more difficult for the city because of the COVID and doing the inspection. As you can see on your screen, that was a snippet that I pulled in the beginning of July for the advertisement of rent. So the city is asking for a finding that they are engaged in rental activity with no certificate of use. And the city is requesting, because this property is a chronic nuisance property and has had more detriment to the city, and the city has spent a lot of time cleaning the property up, that the city would ask for 30 days to comply or $200 a day.
Okay. How did we get service for today's hearing?
Certified mail was sent out for this hearing on August 10th of 2020. And no, sir, excuse me, August 5th of 2020. And it was received on August 10th. And the property was posted on August 5th, along with a letter stating that the hearing was rescheduled.
Very good. Then I will find proper notice based on the testimony and the evidence. I will find property remains in violation as cited. I will accept the city's recommendation, especially based on the historic chronic nuisance activity. I'll allow 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $200 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Yes.
Case number 9-1013 Ortega Road, CE 200703323.
Did you unmute this? Hello?
There you
Hello?
are.
Can they hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm right here. I'm sorry. My computer went down. Okay, Officer Sonia Bin, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited, was posted on August 10th. Certified mail was sent on August 7th. The property was cited for code 18106A, 18106K, 7434A, 1H, and 9471C. I have not made contact with the property owner. The property is still in violation of code 18106A and 9471C. The city is requesting an additional 15 days to gain compliance or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
So trash and debris is still in violation in the outdoor storage. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Are you pulling up pictures?
Yes, give me one moment.
No problem. While you're pulling those up, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Outdoor storage, trash and debris. Got it. All right, I am gonna find proper notice in this case. You have posting and certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence I've observed, I will find the property remains in violation of City Code Sections 18106A and 94.7C, but has complied with the other sections that were cited in the notice. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 15 days for compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 10, 365 Maddox Street, CE 200601611. This is a stipulation.
That was number 10.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Do you need us to read the stipulation into record, or?
Let's see. This was the hat racking case.
Right.
You don't have to read it verbatim. Just tell me what the terms were.
The homeowner agreed not to cut their trees in the future in this manner. They'll hire a licensed tree trimmer in the future.
Okay. No, there's no fine being assessed.
No.
Okay. I'll ratify that and sign off on it. And,
Number 11, 371 Maddox Street, CE 200602226, also a stipulation. Also the same terms, not to cut the trees in the future in the same manner.
likewise, ratify that.
Number 12, 10130 North Lake Boulevard, number 106, CE 200700230.
Morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. Property at 10130 North Lake Boulevard, Unit 106. You can't hear me?
You're a little choppy the way it's coming across.
Can you hear me, Magistrate?
I can hear you, but it's coming across kind of choppy.
Good night. I apologize. Technology. You want me to continue or try to find another link?
Yeah, I can hear you. Maybe just talk a little bit
I
slowly.
don't know what to do about it. Magistrate, I've slipped over to Robert Watkins. Are you hearing me better?
Perfect. Loud and clear.
On July 14th, property at 10130 North Lake Boulevard, Unit 103, was cited for business tax receipt, renewal, and certificate of certificate of use required. Property was posted August 5th. Certified mail was sent July 15th. Certified mail was signed for July 17th. Business owner is aware of what needs to be done to renew said business tax receipt. As of this morning, no action has been taken to renew that said business tax receipt. With that being said, city's taking into consideration 10 days or a one-time fine of $250 on the business tax receipt and 10 days or $100 a day on the COU.
All right, thank you. I do find proper notice with the posting and the signed certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation. Allow 10 additional days to comply on the business tax payment. If compliance is not achieved, there'll be a one-time fine of $250, and on the certificate of use, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 13, 650 50th Street, CE 200600313.
Good morning, Magistrate. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Yep, loud and clear.
Good. Joseph Oliva, Chronic Nuisance Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was declared a chronic nuisance on 6/25/2020. The declaration was posted on 6/26/2020 and certified mail sent on 7/14/2020. There's been no contact with the owner nor an action plan to date. The notice of violation was posted on 7/14/2020 and certified mail sent on 7/16/2020. The property's been owned since February 2007. Its previous adjudications was on 1/31/2020 for high grass, trash and debris, and screened-in boat. A boat needed to be screened. The property has been cited 6 other times. Yesterday's inspection showed excessive overgrowth, landscape maintenance, trash and debris, and boat unscreened. The city requested the special magistrate find a pattern of nuisance activity and enter a chronic nuisance service order for the services to be provided by the city to include, but not limited to, maintaining of the landscaping, removal of any trash and debris, trimming of any trees and hedges, and access to the property, any other access to the property, and any other abatement that's necessary to keep this property in compliance.
Thank you. I do find proper notice with the posting and the certified mail based on the testimony and the evidence. I do ratify and affirm the city's finding that this is a chronic nuisance property. There is a pattern of nuisance activity. I will enter a chronic nuisance service order that authorizes the city to enter the property, abate the nuisance violations, including but not limited to the vegetation, the trash and debris, anything unsecured, take whatever steps are necessary to abate those nuisances and assess the costs.
Number 14, 723 53rd Street, CE 200600346.
Joseph Oliva, Chronic Nuisance Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was declared a chronic nuisance on 6/30/2020. The declaration was posted on 7/1/2020 and certified mail sent on 7/16/2020. There's been no contact with the owner nor an action plan to date. The notice of violation was posted on 7/16 and certified mail sent on 7/24/2020. The property has been owned since May of 1986. Its previous adjudications was on 1/31/2020 for clean and sanitary conditions, overgrowth, trash and debris, fence and disrepair, high grass, outdoor storage, paint, structure needs paint, panels on the window, obstruction, passage on sidewalk, and fence permit. The property has been cited 7 other times, and upon yesterday's inspection, it showed excessive overgrowth, landscape maintenance, trash and debris, and fence and disrepair. Trees and bushes need trimming. The city requests that the special magistrate find a pattern of nuisance activity and enter a chronic nuisance service order for the services to be provided by the city to include but not limited to maintaining of the landscape, removal of any trash and debris, trimming of any trees and hedges, and access to the property and any other abatements necessary to keep this property in compliance.
Oh, all right. Thank you. I do find proper notice with certified mail in the posting based on testimony and the evidence. I ratify and reaffirm the declaration of chronic nuisance, find that there is a pattern of nuisance activity. I will enter a chronic nuisance service order that authorizes the city to enter the property, abate the violations, including but not limited to the removal of trash and debris, the cutting of the overgrowth and high vegetation, and taking all other steps necessary to keep the property from falling back into a nuisance status. Also authorize you to assess those costs.
Thank you.
Number 15, 3099 Exchange Court, CE 200700004. That case is complied. Number 16, 418 31st Street, CE 200700035.
Whenever you're ready.
Joe Patrick, muted. Yeah, it froze up. Good. All right, good morning.
All right. It
Can you
appears
guys hear
I'm
me
having the
okay?
same problem that Paul McFarland had.
No, I'm
It's
not.
hardwired in. There seems to be a delay. Everybody hear me okay now?
I can hear you fine, Joe.
Okay, thank you. Joe Patrick, West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This case in reference to a structure, detachable awnings, and some permanent poles that were put up without a permit on a single-family lot in violation of Florida Building Code 105.1 and 110. A notice of violation was issued via certified mail and posting on July 8th and gave the respondent 30 days to comply by obtaining a permit for the structure or removing the structure. After notice of violation was issued, I received a call from a property manager for the property. We discussed the violation and ways to come into compliance. As of today, the property remains out of compliance with Florida Building Code 105.1 and 110. A permit was applied for on August 11th and is working its way through the permitting process. However, the structure remains up without an approved permit and it requires inspections. The city is asking for 30 days for the respondent to obtain a permit or to remove the awning structure, a $100 a day fine be opposed.
All right, thank you. I will find proper notice with certified mail and with the posting. I will find, based on the testimony and the evidence, that the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 30 days for compliance thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Number 17, 614 30th Street, CE 200700233.
Joe Patrick, West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This case is reference to a single-family property that was issued a notice of violation for having a few of the windows boarded, an extensive amount of trash and debris behind the property along the alleyway, no address characters along the alleyway, a fence in disrepair, missing and unmaintained landscaping, weeds, and overgrowth on the property. The notice of violation was issued via certified mail and posting on July 15th and gave the respondent 30 days to comply by removing the boards from the windows, 30 days to obtain applicable permits to repair their fence, 30 days to restore the landscaping and remove the weeds, 10 days to post the address characters along the alley, and 10 days to clean up and remove the excessive trash and debris behind the house in the alley. I did not hear from the respondent or representative until Monday, August 17th, when our office received a request for a compliance inspection. As of today, the property came into compliance with code section 78-6. Address characters were posted. The property remains out of compliance with 18103E. Two of the windows still remain boarded. 18106A. Trash and debris remain in the alley. In fact, more trash was added after the notice of violation was issued. 94-302A4, the fence was replaced, however, no fence permit was applied for or obtained. 94-446-2, some of the landscaping was restored, however, the grass that was restored is now overgrown and the swale is still in need of sod. Additionally, weeds remain in certain areas of the property, particularly along the alley where the trash is. The city is asking for an abatement order to clean up the excessive trash and debris along the alleyway, as opposed to habitat for rodents or vermin, and as a result, causes a health, safety, and welfare concern for the neighboring properties. For the other outstanding violations, 18103E, the boarded windows, 94-302A4, the fence, and 94-46-2, the landscaping, the city is asking for compliance within 30 days or $100 a day fine be imposed.
Okay. We're gonna scroll through some pictures. Did you have photographs on that one? Oh, there, here we go.
That's not the property. That's it.
Those pictures is what you want to abate, is that correct?
Right. Those pictures from July, actually, there's other pictures in the file that shows that it actually gotten worse since then. But yes, sir, those.
Okay. Which is the window that's still boarded?
There's two. If you're facing the front door, there's one over on the left side, behind the front. There it is. We just passed it.
I saw it. I
Okay.
saw it. Yep.
And then on the other side, where the there's a wall unit air condition there. It's sort of boarded around there. I don't know if they're having, and then there's actually boards put around it for some reason, and then on top of the air condition as well.
I see. Okay. I am going to find proper notice in this case, certified mail in the posting. I will find that the property has complied with section 78-6 regarding numbering standards, but remains in violation of all other code sections cited in the notice. For 18106A, clean and sanitary, the photos are very clear that that's a health, safety, and welfare concern. I will authorize the city to enter the property immediately and abate that violation. All other outstanding violations, I'll allow 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 18, 249 31st Street, CE 2007038 is complied. Number 19, 743 42nd Street, CE 2007032.
Good morning, Christopher Thompson, City of West Palm Code Compliance. Property at 743 42nd Street was cited on 7/2/2020. Notice of violation was posted at City Hall at 7/7/2020. Property was cited for trash and debris, outdoor storage, fence and disrepair, address characters, overgrowth, and inoperable vehicle. I have not made contact with the homeowner. City is requesting additional 30 days to come into compliance, or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you know, you're me and my. There's a copy on the desk. I call it desk copy. Okay. All right. I got a lot of background noise. If you can mute your phones if you're not talking. Thank you. Okay, I will find proper notice in this case. I will find the property remains in violation as cited.
Guys, they can hear you.
Yeah, if you can keep it your phones muted when you're not testifying, that'll be helpful. Thank you. I will accept the recommendation for 30 days to comply and daily fines of $100 per day after that.
Number 2636 42nd Street, CE 2007080.
Christopher Thompson, City of West Palm, Code Compliance. Property at 636 42nd Street was cited on 8/3/2020. Notice of violation was posted at City Hall at 8:30. I'm sorry. 8/3/2020. Certified mail was sent on 8/3/2020 as well. Property was cited for unpaved parking, outdoor storage, trash can placement. I did speak with the property manager yesterday who were requesting additional 30 days to come into compliance for $150 a day until compliance is achieved.
And you said you did have contact with him yesterday?
Yes, correct.
Great. You are recommending 30 days to comply or $100 a day?
Yes, they're actually trying to get rid of these tenants. So yes, they're asking for an additional 30 days.
Okay. All right, I do find proper notice with the certified mail and with posting. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 30 days to comply, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Number 21 438 44th Street, CE 2007018.
Christopher Thompson, City of West Palm, Code Compliance. Property at 438 44th Street was cited on 7/13/2020. Notice of violation was posted on 7/13/2020. Certified mail was also sent on 7/13/2020. Property was cited for unpaved parking. I did speak with the homeowner yesterday who is requesting additional 30 days because he's trying to get rid of these tenants as well. So we're requesting additional 30 days to come into compliance or $150 a day until compliance is achieved.
Okay, I will find proper notice in this case with certified mail and posting. I will find property remains in violation as cited. Accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 26 2300 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, number 250 0060167.
Officer Lester, West Palm Code. This business was cited for business tax and certificate of use. This is a new business. I'm asking for a one-time fine of $250 on the business tax and 30 days, $100 per day for the business tax. And the property was posted on 7/31/2020.
All right, I will find proper notice. I'll find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll assess a one-time fine of $250 on the business tax violation, and I'll allow 30 days to comply with the certificate of use violation. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day.
Thank you.
Number 27, 2300 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, number 300B, CE 200601777.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was cited for certificate of use and business tax receipt. This would be a new business. I posted the property on 7/31/2020. I'm asking for the one-time fine for the business tax and $100 per day for 30 days for the COU.
Okay, I'll find proper notice with the posting. I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll assess a one-time fine of $250 on the business tax violation, and I'll, how many days did you want to allow them to comply on the certificate of use?
30, sir. It's a new
30. I'll accept that recommendation, and thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 28, 2300 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, number 300D, CE 200602221.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was cited for certificate of use and business tax license. This is a new business. Property was posted on 7/31/2020. I'm asking for the one-time fine of $250 for the business tax and 30 days or $100 for the COU.
All right, I will find proper notice. I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I will accept the city's recommendation, assess a one-time $250 fine on the business tax violation, and I'll allow 30 days to comply with the certificate of use violation. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day.
Thank you.
Number 29, 2300 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, number 300H, CE 200602222.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was cited for certificate of use and business tax license. This is a renewal business tax. I'm asking for 10 days on the COU or $100 per day and a $250 fine, one-time fine for the business tax license.
And certified mail and posting on this one?
Posting was 7/31/2020.
Yeah. All right, I will find proper notice. I'll find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation on the certificate of use. I'll allow 10 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved. And on the business tax, a one-time $250 fine.
Thank you.
Number 30, 649 59th Street, CE 200701338.
City of West Beach Code Compliance, Robert Watkins. This property was
Mr.
cited.
Watkins.
Yes, this property was cited July the 10th. Certified mail was sent July the 10th. Certified mail was received July 13th. City Hall was posted August the 5th. This property was cited for 94-47-B-1, 94-42A, 94-71C, 18-106M, and 18-106B. No violations have been complied, have had no correspondence with the property owner. It is requesting 25 days or $100 per day after.
25.
Can we go through the violations again? That's not matching up with what I'm showing on the agenda for item 30.
This property was cited for 18-106B, 18-106M, 94-42A, 94-487B-1, and 94-71C.
All right, that 94,487 is not shown on the agenda. What is that a violation?
487B-1.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It rolled to the next page. I'm doing this on the PDF. I didn't catch the page break. Okay, I'm with you. I got it.
All right.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Like I said, no violations have been complied at this moment and have had no correspondence with the property owner or tenants. City's requesting 25 days or $100 per day afterward.
Okay. All right, I will find proper notice with the certified mail and the posting. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 25 days to comply thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Number 31, 625 53rd Street, CE 20070191.
City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance, Robert Watkins. This property was cited July 13th. Certified mail was sent July 14th. Certified mail was received July 16th. City Hall was posted August the 5th. This property was cited for 18-162A, 94-482A, 94-71C, 94-442-C-1, 74-34A-1-J, and 22-32A. Compliant violations were 18-162A, 94-482A, 94-442-C-1, 22-32A, and 74-34A-1J. Remaining violations are 94-71C. Had correspondence with the owner. She requests an additional 5 days or to get it complied or $100 per day after.
How many days you broke up? 30?
5 days.
5 days? Okay, and all that's left is
The motor and the mattress and the buckets.
the outdoor storage, and that's the outdoor storage violation.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I will find proper notice with the certified mail in this case. Based on the testimony, I'll find the property has complied with all violations cited in the notice except for 9471C regarding outdoor storage, which remains in violation. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 5 days to comply. What's daily fine did you want after 5 days?
$100.
I think that's appropriate. I'll accept that recommendation as well. Daily fines of $100 per day after the 5-day opportunity to comply.
Number 32, 519 50th Street, CE 20070195.
Robert Watkins, City of West Beach Code Compliance. This property was cited July 13th. Certified mails sent July 14th. Certified mails received July 15th. City Hall was posted August the 5th. This property was cited for 78-94C, 18-162A, 94-71C, 94-442-C-1, 18-106A, and 22-32A. Compliant violations are 18-162A, 18-106A, and 22-32A. Remaining violations are 78-94C, 94-71C, and 94-442-C-1. City's requesting 30 days or $100 per day after at no correspondence with the homeowner.
What is the outdoor storage in this case?
The outdoor storage where they had some boxes on the west side of the driveway. It was kind of hard to see where the vehicle was. And that piece of furniture that just went by the screen as well. There's a
Okay.
box that was outside as well.
Got it. All right, I am gonna find proper notice with the certified mail and the posting in this case. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I'll find the property remains in violation of 7894C, 94-442C1, and 9471. That was C, but has complied with the other violations cited in the notice. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 30 days to comply, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 33, 520 54th Street, CE 20070369.
Robert Watkins, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. This property was cited July 22nd. Certified mail was sent July 23rd. Certified mail was received August the 1st. City Hall was posted August the 5th. This property was cited for 74-4-B1, 94-71C, 74-34A-1J, and 18-106B. Compliant violations are 74-4-B-1. The remaining violations are 18-106B, 94-71C, 74-34A-1J. City is requesting 15 days or $100.
So they had a refrigerator out there, but they got the doors off of it.
Yeah, and then they replaced the refrigerator with a washer machine, and then they took that out as well.
Okay. Okay, I do find proper notice with certified mail in this case. I will find, based on the testimony and the evidence, that the property remains in violation as cited, except that it has complied with 74-4B1. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 15 days to comply, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day.
Next case number 34, 861 36th Street, CE 20060345.
Good morning, Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. 861 36th Street was cited on 6/30/20. The property was posted on 7/9/20 and reposted on 8/7/20. Certified mail was sent on 7/8/20 and also on 8/4/20. The property was cited for 18-162A, 22-32A, and 34-102B. The property has since complied with 34-102B. However, 18-162A and 2232A are still in violation. I've had contact with the owner. The city is asking for an additional 30 days or $250 per day until compliance is achieved.
Okay, I will find proper notice with certified mail and the posting and the reposting. I will find property remains in violation with City Code Sections 18-162A and 2232A, but has complied with 34-102B. I'll allow the additional 30 days to comply with the outstanding violations, and thereafter daily fines of $250 per day.
Next case number 35, 947 39th Court, CE 20070033.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. 947 39th Court was cited on 7/2/20. The property was posted on 7/13 as well as 8/7/20. Certified mail was sent on 7/18 as well as 8/4/20. The property was cited for 14-1. I have had contact with the owner. However, the property did comply after the compliance date. Therefore, the city is asking for finding of fact.
What was the offending animal?
Chickens. So I got a complaint from the neighbors. I didn't really see them, but I could hear them because they're in the backyard. Yeah. So the owner wouldn't give me permission to go back there, but he did admit to having them. which he did tell me he would get rid of them. He did call and say that he did, but it was
Okay.
after the compliance date.
All right. In that case, I will find proper notice. Then I will find that the property came into compliance, but not within the time specified in the notice of violation. Issue a finding of fact only in this case.
Number 36, 3102 Australian Court, CE 2007016.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. 3102 Australian Court was cited on 7/10/20. The property and City Hall were posted on 7/13/20, and certified mail was sent on 7/13/20. The property was cited for 18-103E, 18-103J, 18-106B, 9434A4, and 9471C. The property has since complied with all code sections with the exception of 18-103E. I've had contact with the owner. The city is asking for an additional 90 days or $150 per day until compliance is achieved.
All right, so the only thing remaining is the external broken windows and doors.
Correct.
Are there any photographs in this case?
Yes. What is she doing the pictures? Like,
Did you see anything? No. I know. It's like now we can see it.
No, I see. It's all broken out, isn't it?
it's right
Yep.
there, Magistrate.
I got it. All right. Okay. I am going to find proper service in this case with the certified mail and posting based on the testimony and the evidence. I'll find that the property is in compliance with all cited code sections except 18103E, which remains in violation. I'll accept the city's recommendation to allow an additional 90 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $150 per day until compliance is achieved.
Next case number 37, 3809 Australian Court, CE 200700307.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. 3807 Australian Court was cited on 7/20/20. The property and City Hall were posted on 7/28/20, and certified mail was sent on 7/24/20. The property was cited for 74-34-A1J and 26-35B. This is a repeat violation. This property has been cited 3 additional times for 74-34-A1J. I have had contact with the owner. The For the repeat violation, the property was out of compliance 21 days, so the city is asking for $100 per day, which is a total of $2,100.
What are the days out of compliance?
21 days.
When did that start?
Okay, it started on 7/20, 2020, and it came into compliance on 8/10, 2020.
Yeah, okay. All right. And when was the previous case that made this a repeat?
All three cases were in 2019. The
Oh,
first
I
one
see
was,
yep, I see the case numbers on the agenda. Okay, so those were all the same 7434 A1J violation?
correct.
Okay. All right, in this case, I will find proper notice. I will find property remains or was in violation of 7434 A1J for 21 days based on the testimony, that violation is a repeat violation based on the 3 prior cases from 2019 as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation and impose a one-time fine of $2,100, representing $100 a day for each day that it was in violation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Magistrate.
Yeah. Oh. You're breaking up really bad.
Who's that?
Yeah, that was inaudible. Couldn't tell what you said.
Am I gonna call? I'm gonna start with other matters.
There you go. You were broken up on the last thing that you said. That's what I figured we were going, but yeah, we're now at 11:30. So why don't we jump down to the 11:30 agenda, take care of those, and then we'll circle back and finish the regular agenda afterwards.
Okay, the first case in other matters is gonna be number 15. 1210 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, CE 18070492.
What's the number? You're breaking up really bad.
Number 15, 1210 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard.
Got it. All right. All right, I'm with you.
The property rep on?
Yes, I'm here. I'm the attorney for the property owner, Mickey Marrero.
All right, whenever you're ready, I can start.
Okay, yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
I was actually talking to the magistrate.
I apologize. I'm in,
I'm
as you know,
good.
I'm in a weird situation today.
Agreed. First, I'd like to congratulate him. He's going first because he has to get back to the hospital. His wife's having a baby.
And
Oh,
you're-
goodness.
And you're hearing me from the hospital room. That's why I have the mask.
Thought I'd get the pleasant news out of the way first. All right, case ending in 492, 1210 Palm Beach. Date ordered 9/5 of 18. Fine started 11/5 of 18. Ran for 297 days. $59,400 is the total. $200 a day. Date of compliance 8/29 of 19. This is the same owner as when the violation took place, but no longer the property owner. Actually didn't qualify for the lien reduction ahead of time, sold the property, so we weren't able to get the property in compliance. We actually had to go ahead and cite it again. They owned the property from 12 of 16 to 3 of 20. had 11 cases in less than 4 years. The mitigation that they wrote down in the application was, we tried. The original violation was for a dumpster enclosure. As we said, it was 297 days. City's asking for 50%.
Okay.
Magistrate, you already have the papa sheet, right?
Yeah, those were sent to me by email.
Okay, thank you, Erica.
This is Mitch. What's the address on this one?
1210 Palm Beach Lakes.
Just because I'm not toggling. Okay, let me open that. 415. 600. 611. 632. 643. 1005. 1210 Palm Beach Lakes. I have it. All right, let me let's see. I have the attorney for the applicant, I guess.
Yes. Are you ready
Yes,
for me, Your
sir.
Honor? Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Posner and his staff for accommodating me. It took us a while to get here, and we really wanted to proceed. And unfortunately, my wife went into labor late last night, so we're in the hospital. She's still in pre-labor, so I can do the hearing. So this is probably a first for you, I think, having someone do a hearing from the hospital room. But here we are. That being said, I just want to give you a brief timeline, Your Honor, of why we got where we are. My clients were cited on July 25th, 2018. The following day, and the citation dealt with the debris sort of overflowing in the dumpster and also requiring a fence around the dumpster. The following day, they cleaned the dumpster up and actually had to relieve the maintenance company that had caused the issue and hired a new maintenance company. Going forward, the issue of the debris wasn't really a problem anymore, only on certain holidays where they were off, but generally it was under control. Also on that same day, they hired a contractor to permit and construct the fence. The biggest issue that occurred over the course of that year, they had to ultimately hire 3 different contractors. The first contractor misrepresented the scope of what they could do, and their permits were rejected because they could not do the concrete work that was required. Then they hired a second contractor. The second contractor was paid and just slept on the job, was taking too long. So now, these occurred. The first contractor was hired in July of 18, second contractor in October of 18. The third contractor, and ultimately the one that completed the work, was hired in March of 2019. So they ultimately had to retain 3 different contractors to finally get the work done. The issue that occurred while we have a fine, my client, before they retained us, they were actively trying to be in touch with the city, had permits in process, getting permits pulled, so they believed that they were addressing the violation. They were not aware that the fine had become running. So that's why you have this fine that accumulated over the course of this period. Ultimately, finally, in April 2019, the permit was issued and the job began a couple months after that, and ultimately took over $25,000 between the different contractors, the engineer, the labor, and all the consultants to get this work done. And it was really, obviously, the primary work was concrete and fencing of that dumpster, but it just took a lot more cost and time than they would have anticipated. And one thing I would like to point out, just to show a situation that's similar, the city, so we had this dumpster on our property. The city had a dumpster that they controlled through their contractor just on the right of way outside of our property. If I'm able to share my screen, I can show you pictures. Am I able to share my screen?
As far as I know, you should be able to.
Okay, I want to show you the 2 pictures just so you understand what we're dealing with. So yeah, here we go. So if you can see my screen, Your Honor, there's 2 dumpsters there. The one on top is our dumpster on our property that obviously after, that's when it was cited. It did show overflowing garbage and that was addressed. The dumpster below is the one that was just outside of our property. And we actually—
construction dumpster?
it was a project that was being done, and our clients were, and I can show you those emails too, because I have them. We were in touch with commissioners throughout several months to try and get that resolved, and it took the better part of almost a year to get that totally fixed. So it's just some of these things. I just want to point out that we really wanted to get this done. My client just was overwhelmed with all the different contractors they had to hire for what was a relatively small job. So what I would ask, Your Honor, if possible, since they really started to do the work immediately after they were cited, and it was just the unfortunate fact that they had to go through 3 different contractors and had to hire a new maintenance company, and ultimately got it done. We would ask if possible. And again, they've already spent over $25,000 on a dumpster fence, which is just kind of crazy. If we could reduce the fine to something like 5,000, which is just about 10% of the fine. I know it's less than what the city's asking for, but my clients have spent a lot of money and a lot of headache on this. And I think had they known that they could have come to you at some point to explain their process, they would have. And unfortunately, they were just unaware that the fine was running, and they were actively working through the permitting through this whole time. And
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Anything else from the city before I make a decision?
Yes, sir. As I said before, they sold the property before we could finish inspecting. There were some pretty serious issues there we actually had to cite, or they wouldn't even be here. Had they still owned the property and then we got to this point, the city might be more willing to lower its ask based on their outlay of expense. But they sold the property a few months ago for $10.5 million with violations still on it. So the city's ask is 50%, and that's a long way from the 5% they're asking for.
Okay. All right. So we have a $59,400 lien in this case. Based on everything that I've heard and seen in this matter, I'm going to reduce that lien to $7,500. Can that be paid in 30 days?
It can, Your Honor.
30 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good luck.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate staff's accommodations and getting us to the hearing. Thank you so much, and have a great rest of your day.
Next case number 2 on the matter is 415 10th Street, CE 05020642. Number 2, 415 10th Street.
Here.
10th Street. Got it. All right. We have respondents present for this one.
Yes.
I see you. All right, let me go ahead and hear from Mr. Posner, and then we'll come back and I'll put you guys under oath, and you can present your case. Go ahead, Mr. Posner.
Case ending in 642, 415 10th Street, date ordered 5/4 of 05. Fine started 6/4 of 05, ran for 5,234 days, total 523,400. $100 a day, date of compliance 10/3 of 19. This is if I understand it correctly, the estate of the owner that had caused the violation. The mitigating factor on the application is they complied by putting a driveway and had a permit for that, but the fines had also run for outdoor storage and overgrowth encroaching the right of way, and those issues were not complied at the time. Based on the size, we wouldn't ask for the normal 25%. We're asking for 10%.
Okay, let me hear from the respondents. I see 2 of you on the screen. Are you both going to be talking to me, or?
Yes.
All right, let me go ahead and swear you in before I take your testimony. If you'll raise your right hands. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. You can tell me your names, and then
Yep.
tell me about the case.
Sure. Thank you. My name is James Simmons. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm Teresa Simmons.
This is my mother. Be speaking for her, for my father, and for my grandparents, all who have passed. The house was originally my grandparents' house. They lived in there since the 70s. I think you'd find that they had no problems, no issues this entire time. It was then passed to my father when my grandmother passed away in 2015. And my father just found out about this less than, I think, a year ago, is when he actually found out that there was a lien. In this time, I don't think they've had any issues with the city for any sort of thing. I think this honestly is a big mistake. It's something that was maybe overlooked in the later years of my grandparents and their declining health. But I know them, they would have never let a fine or a lien go on, let alone 1 year, 10 years. And the same thing for my father. So we're asking basically for this to be thrown out. You know, not even 1% seems fair. I have some things I'd like to show you guys that I could provide as far as, you know, something that you could very well see if you Zillowed the house. The house is worth $200,000, maybe. My parents were going to sell it, I think, for even less than that. The entire property and the adjacent properties are empty. There's rows of houses that have been demolished behind the house, to the left of the house, to the right of the house. So the house sits alone on 10th Street on that block, and vagrants are all over the place. So there's people living behind the house, all around. I think it sticks out like a sore thumb just because of that. But for the three issues, the overgrown trees, overgrown property that's been taken care of, and that would have been taken care of a long time ago if someone would have known about it. Car parked on grass seems $500,000 seems a lot for a car parked on grass. And outdoor storage also been taken care of. Unfortunately, my dad couldn't be here to do this himself because he passed away last month of cancer, which is something that he had been fighting for at least a year. But you know, he didn't even make it here. So I'm unfortunately dealing with this for my mother. You know, they've worked hard their whole life, as well as my grandparents, to live and raise a family in that house. And my mom is scared out of her mind that she's not only lost her partner, but she's about to lose a house that they're asking $500,000 lien on a house that's worth maybe $50,000. The property is what's really worth. So their intention was to sell it last year before my dad got his affairs in order. It just never happened. My dad was dealing with terminal cancer, and here we are today. My mom's facing the idea of owing money and losing the house, and she has no money to pay, not even 1% of this. So we're looking for something extreme, I guess, or from what I've listened in the last hour and a half, we're looking for some real help here. We've been speaking with Mitch. I know my dad's been speaking with Mitch. I've been speaking with Mitch, made sure that the house was immaculately clean in the backyard, front yard. Everything was taken care of before my father died. He was looking forward to this meeting, looking forward to meeting in person or over virtual with Mitch, with the city, and getting this taken care of. He was very confident that there would be a resolution that would end in no money being paid. My grandparents would never leave a bill outstanding. So those are the things that I have. I have a couple of things that I can show you that I'd like to, if I may, share the screen. Thank you. So this is the surrounding area. As you can see, the house in white is their property. The house behind it is an abandoned house on an alleyway where crackheads, homeless people, lots of different people come and go, and been coming and going for a long time, who make just a lot of trash. It looks really bad. There's no houses on the block. A developer is going to tear down the house, and he's going to have the entire block to himself. And so I think, asking to pay all this money on a fine that seems to be from something that could have been taken care of a long time ago. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it went into the mail or they didn't see it or what happened. But I just know that my father would not, waste all this time and have something accruing and leave my mom with, leave my mom to deal with this, leave me to deal with this. As I mentioned before, My father passed away last month, July 26th, of cancer. The Zillow property on the house, $239,000 Z estimate. You guys were gonna sell the house for how much?
150.
For 150,000, which they were getting taken advantage of course, but they wanted to get rid of it as quickly as possible. And these are just some pictures of the outside of the home. This is a picture of, like I said, the block empty. I really don't know what else to say. All those issues, I think Mitch would agree, have been resolved. We've been in constant communication over the last 2 months, at least I have, since I came back from South America to deal with my father's passing and also to deal with taking care of this house. I don't know what else to say. Is there anything else you want to say, Mom?
Basically, I'm just asking for your leniency on this. Like he said, my son said that that basically my in-laws wanted to leave this. The only thing they had, they lived very humbly. All they had was this home that they owned, and they wanted to leave it to their only son. And unfortunately, he didn't get to reap the benefits of selling the house and having the extra money. He passed away July 26th. So that's what I'm asking is I'm hoping that you can eliminate the lien. If that would be my wish today.
All right, let me, any final comments from the city?
Yes, sir. First, again, I've told them privately, but condolences to the Simmons family. We certainly understand their situation, Magistrate. You've seen similar situations before. The city's ask is 90% cut of the total lien, which seems a great deal of leniency. But given they kind of inherited this, they didn't cause it. We'll reduce our ask to 5%. That's 95% leniency. But that's as low as we can go with our ask.
Okay.
Seems unacceptable, Magistrate. This is not it's not able to be paid. My mom doesn't have money, nor can she sell the house to get any money. And we have costs already that we're burdened with my father's passing. This is not anything that had anything to do with myself or my mother. And here we are, 2020, dealing with, I respect my city and I love the city of West Palm Beach, but we're just asking for something extraordinary today because there's just no way my mom can pay even 1% of $535,000. They didn't even know about this until a year ago.
2019.
Yeah, a year ago.
Okay, so I've listened to everything everybody said. I understand the situation. This accumulated to this was a 2005 case, so here we are 15 years later, and this is what happens. I don't think it's appropriate to reduce this to nothing because, the fact of the matter is the city had to do certain things to deal with these violations. But on the other hand, given the substance of what the violations were and the circumstances, I don't think a large fine is appropriate either. I'm going to reduce this to $3,000, and I'll give you time to pay that. How long do you need to pay that?
12 months, please.
Can you do it in 9?
Yes, that's fine.
What is the longest amount?
9 months. I'm not inclined to extend it any further than that. Okay, and I'll sign that order.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Next case number 12, other matters, 1005 Summit Boulevard, CE 120305999, number 12, 1005 Summit Boulevard.
Can you hear us?
1005 Summit. Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
600. 611. 643. Okay, I've got the property appraiser printout. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Case ending in 599, 1005 Summit Boulevard, date ordered 5/2 of 12. Fine started 5/19 of 12. Ran for 242 days, total 60,500. It was $250 a day. Date of compliance 1/16 of 13. Applicant is a new owner. The only mitigation, in fact, is that that the lien was from a previous owner. City's asking standard 25%. No significant history with this owner.
And this is maybe I misunderstood. The lien number I'm looking at is 60,500. I thought you said a different number.
It is 60,500. If I said something different, I apologize.
I don't know.
I thought I said that.
Maybe you did. Okay, 65, new owner. Let me let's see. Where are the applicants?
Their screen is labeled Joe China at Bell South.
Got it. Good afternoon, folks. I'm going to need to place you under oath before I take your testimony. If you could raise your right hands.
This is the owner right here. So come on.
All right. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and tell me your name and how you're affiliated with the property, and then you can tell me about the request for the reduction.
Well, my name is Sonia Ruiz. I'm the agent. This is the owner, Mr. Daniel Chavez, for A&D Property Investments, LLC.
Okay.
All the violations that he got, we passed all the inspections. And today we had the hearing.
So you have a $60,500 lien. The city's recommendation, was it 50%, Mr. Posner?
Standard 25%. It's
25. Yeah. Which is roughly $15,000 and change. So the floor is yours. Why don't you tell me whatever you'd like to tell me about your request?
Can you repeat that?
I said the floor is yours. Tell me whatever you'd like to tell me about the request for the lien reduction.
Okay, let me just translate it to him in Spanish, please. Él quiere saber si el 25% de los 15,000 está bien. ¿Tú quieres decir otra cosa?
No sé si es mucho. O sea, no sé que puedo bajar más.
Okay, he wants to know, is there any way that it can be reduced less than the 25%?
The decision is mine, but I need, I need to hear from you guys. Tell me what your request is. Tell me what you've done. Tell me,
Okay. Él quiere saber que le diga más información de lo que tú hiciste con la propiedad.
Todo, yo pinté todas las propiedades, presuplines, grama, gasté mucho dinero y la situación no está buena ahora para todo pintura, todo presuplines, grama, a todas las propiedades. Fueron 6 propiedades que las pinté, las organicé,
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, he's saying that it was 6 properties and he did comply with all the requests. And he invested a lot of money into keeping up with all 6 properties, but he wanted to keep up with everything.
I'm not sure what that noise is.
Somebody's phone.
Yeah, if you're not speaking on a case, if you could please mute your phones. Thank you. How much did he invest in the rehabilitation of the property?
Más o menos con cuánto dinero te gastaste en arreglando todas las propiedades?
Como $10,000.
He said about $10,000.
And is there anything else from the city on this one?
Sorry, I was muted. Just to mention that when he says 6 properties, it was just he owned 5 others that had to be inspected before he could get here. It's still only the 1 property with the lien. But yeah, standard 25%.
Okay. Ma'am, anything else you'd like to tell me?
Otra cosa que lo van a dejar al 25%. Que lo van a dejar al 25%. That's all for now, sir.
All right. I've heard everything everyone's told me on this one. I think based on the circumstances, I will agree to reduce this lien to $7,000. How long will it take you to pay that? Can you do it within 30 days?
30 días. Yes, sir.
30 days.
Your next case, number 13, 420 Nathan Hill Road, CE 170101151.
Oh,
Nathan.
¿Ese es tuyo? Nathan Hill. Ese es tuyo.
Sí.
Are we ready for number 13, 420
looking-
Nathan Hill Road?
Yeah, I'm looking for the papa on this one.
Oh, okay.
I'm not finding it in what I was sent. Was there a second email with additional?
No, but I can send it.
¿Vale? 722.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Are you shooting me an email?
Yeah.
Maybe I can. You know what? I'm punching it up here. Tell me the address again.
420 Nathan Hale, sir.
420.
Nathan Hale Road. Sorry, Erica.
There it is.
It was it's sent to you email also.
All right, I got it. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Posner. Sorry for the delay.
Case ending in 151, 420 Nathan Hale Road. Date ordered 3/1 of 17. Fine started 4/1 of 17. Ran for 730 days. Total $73,100 a day. Date of compliance 4/1 of 19. This is the same owner that caused the violation. There's no significant history. Their mitigation, as I said, they never received notice, but it was sent to the correct Papa address. In the end, this is their mistake. They own more than one property. Their mailing address was at a different property, and they sold it without changing the mailing address on the Papa sheet.
Gotcha.
So it went to a property they were no longer in, but it was also posted to the property in City Hall, of course. They stated they complied it in July of 17, but there was no proof that the landscaping issues were complied. We were able to backdate compliance to 4/1 of 19. This just came to our attention 2 months ago.
Okay.
Using Google Pick, we were able to view the property and date compliance back to 4/1 of 19, but we have nothing
Okay.
prior to that showing compliance. The city's asking standard 25%.
Okay, and I'm looking for the respondents on this one. Oh, I see you, ma'am. I see you raising your hand. Let me go ahead and swear you in.
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could tell me your name and how you're affiliated with the property.
Sure. My name is Astrid G. I was just the designated agent for the owner.
Okay.
Can you hear me, sir?
I sure can. Yes.
Thank you so much. Okay, great. I went to I was able to speak to Mr. Posner in person. He was very kind to help. The owner actually, she's a German citizen, and she wasn't aware that the violation was taken care of. She said on the 17th, because it was other violations. It was 3 violations. They were all taken care of, and she's saying that maybe the inspector didn't take a picture of the grass. I don't know. I just want to help fix it. I know it's in compliance now. And also they did post everything on the property, but the property's been vacant for a while, so she did not know. And I think also there was probably a language barrier for her. But Mr. Posner was kind enough to say that he'll go and send inspectors out to make sure everything was taken care of. We hope that she has pictures, she said, from 17 that the grass was taken care of, that maybe they forgot, but it's not a matter of pointing fingers. Just, she said she could pay $5,000 or $6,000 immediately to take care of it. And if you guys would be kind enough to help her, that'd be great. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anything else from the city?
No, sir.
All right. Then I have heard the testimony from both the city and the applicant in this case. Given the circumstances on this case, we have a lien of $73,000. City's request is for $18,250 or so. I will agree to reduce this lien to $9,000. Can that be paid in 30 days? I can give you more time.
Well, if they can reduce it for her to 6 or 7, then we can send a check for her right away.
I think 9 is the appropriate number, but as I said, I'm willing to give you more time. I've given up to 9 months, and
I hear you, sir. The only reason is because it was in compliance. I just think that the inspector did not take a picture of the grass. It's an overgrown grass, and they looked on Google picture to get it into compliance to see it was done. Something that could have been done way before too. They would have seen it was in compliance if they would have checked earlier.
well, it's not the city's responsibility to do that. It's the property owner's responsibility to tell the city to come look. I've complied with my property.
And
So-
she has, sir. She
So
has.
you're not going
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm just, all I want to know is how much time she needs to pay it.
So 9,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. 30 days. I guess she'll manage.
Very well then, 30 days. Okay. Thank you.
Next case number 14-4101 San Marino Boulevard 107 CE 1807050.
There it is, right there. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Posner.
Case ending in 150, 4101 San Marino Boulevard, number 107. Date ordered 9/19 of 18. Fine started 10/22 of 18. Ran for 92 days. Total 18,400. Fine of $200 a day. Date of compliance 1/22 of 19. This is the same owner. There's two sets of extenuating facts in this case. The first is apparently the Papa office made a mistake and put the wrong address on the for the mailing address. So the property appraiser officer made that mistake. So we sent it the right place in accordance with Chapter 162, but of course she wouldn't have gotten that. She could only see what's posted to property. The other extenuating factor is more on the city's end of it. We've had some issues with the owner being rather uncooperative, is the most polite way I can put it, dealing with this entire situation when we tried to help her through it. She put in an application well over a year ago, and that application says, she mentioned the county issue and says she never received it and didn't know she needed a rental license because her realtor didn't tell her, and she wouldn't have seen anything here because she was living out of the country. Contradicting that is her new application, which says I didn't need a rental license because I lived there. As far as complying the case goes, she did put in for rental license and get that back at the time. So there's a lot of contradictory information as well as some abusive phone conversations. The city's asked for this is 50%.
All right. And I see the applicant. Let me go ahead and put you under oath, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I can't hear you. I'm not sure if you're muted. There's no audio.
It doesn't show muted, but there's no sound coming through.
I don't show it muted either, but I can't hear anything. No, cannot hear. Can't hear.
It shows 4101 San Marino Boulevard is dialed in through a telephone as well. She might have her cell phone muted itself.
Okay, do you guys hear me? I think that was the issue.
There we go.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, yes, I do want to explain this situation from the beginning. I moved from Miami, Florida. I sold my home in 2018 and purchased 2 condos in West Palm Beach. I've never lived in West Palm Beach before, so yes, I was unaware of any rental taxes. But let me go back and say, the one condo at 1171 The Point Drive was not a rental. That was my home. That's always been my home. And I was not renting that to anybody. I was living there up until the COVID case, up until COVID, when I did apply for a rental license. The second thing is 4101 San Marino Boulevard was a rental. And like you said, I never received the original letter because it went to a wrong address. It was correctly written down from the property appraiser. So I never received that first letter. But when I did find out, I took immediate action to go and apply for the rental license for 4101 San Marino Boulevard. I paid the late fee. I have all of the proof that it was taken care of by, I believe, definitely by October. I believe it was September, actually, that I paid for the rental license when I found out about it. And I have all of the proof here. Now, I didn't understand that any lien was accruing. It couldn't even reach my mind because I live in 1171. That was this is my home. I do not rent this out. And I imagined that, well, I paid for my rental tax. I was just floored that there was any lien put upon my property when I actually complied to begin with. So do you see the complication and misunderstanding that I was having?
I hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me before you go on, I want to ask Mr. Posner.
Sure.
When the city explain to me again about when the city understood that property appraiser had an error in its, and when you resent.
No
I thought you
problem.
told me you
I-
resent.
It was January 31st,
Well,
2019.
Ma'am, hang on, I'll come back to you in a second. I'm asking the city right now.
Oh, okay.
The city wasn't aware of that until we received the lien reduction application. The mistake at the Papa, of course, office didn't invalidate the lien. We asked her to speak with the legal office, which she did, and she was advised it would still have to go through a regular lien reduction process. By the time we got to that point, then we had another argument about the fact that her first lien reduction application was well expired and she didn't want to put in a new application. But what we didn't learn of it until after the lien reduction application came in.
So I guess unless I'm not understanding, what explain to me how notice was proper in the underlying case if the property appraiser's address you sent it to was not correct.
Chapter 162, and Arlene should be able to explain that as well. Chapter 162 states we have to send it to the address listed with the property tax office.
Well aware.
Address from them, and that's the address we use the address listed with the property tax office.
No, I understand what chapter 162 says. I guess my question is if there's an error on the property appraiser's side.
Yes.
It doesn't happen often. We've had it before, and the cases have always been upheld as long as we have posted the property and posted to City Hall as well, which we did.
So the property was also posted.
Yes,
City
sir.
Hall was also posted as secondary notice requirements. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me go back. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yeah, so Dorothy, so the woman in the property appraiser office, she was very kind because I had her take the deed out and she had written down a 4 instead of a 1. And it went to 415 instead of 115. And we both looked at it and she acknowledged that mistake. And for that reason, I never received the first letter. But even though, Magistrate, I still paid the rental tax on time within that late period with a $200 late fee, and they still tacked on a $200 a day charge. That's what I'm here to talk about and discuss. I feel it was truly wrongly done since I from the get-go, as soon as I found out about a rental tax, I complied with the city.
By that time, magistrate had already been adjudicated, so that's what we were tied to.
Understood.
And I do have the letter to show you if you want to see that. I have it right here.
I haven't seen it, magistrate, but we've never disputed the point.
Yeah, I'm not, I take your word for the fact that there was a.
But as far as 1171, no, I wasn't renting it out. That's my home. And they, the city falsely accused me of renting my own home out. That was another thing that I'm a bit of, of course I'd be upset about that.
I'm worried about 4101. That's the one that's before me right now. So.
Okay.
Is the city attorney on the calls on the hearing still?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So I'm well aware of chapter 162 and what it says about where you're supposed to send notice.
Sure.
In a case where the property owner did not do anything wrong and the city didn't do anything wrong, but the property appraiser made the mistake. I understand legally by the statute, the city did what it needed to do, but I'm concerned about an actual due process issue here, because if it was sent to the wrong place through no fault of the respondent or the city, how was the respondent ever given an actual opportunity to be heard on this?
I understand. Okay.
Thank you.
City has been
because and let me just continue, so, posting, as I understand it, is a permissible secondary level of notice if certified mail comes back unclaimed, but again, it went to the wrong address through no
Right.
fault of the city and through no fault of the respondent.
City does not disagree with how you're viewing this, Mr. Magistrate.
Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is the first time, I'll be honest, where I've ever seen that it was the property appraiser that made the mistake. I see all the time where the respondents make the mistake and either forget to change the address after they move or whatever, and I have really not a lot of sympathy in that regard. But in this situation where it was the property appraiser that made the mistake, I have a real concern that there was not due process at the front end of this. And therefore, there really shouldn't be any lien. So given the circumstances, I'm going to forgive this lien in its entirety because I don't think there was due process. Again, and I want to be very clear, through no fault of the city and through no fault of the respondent, but it's just, I think that's the right thing to do given
Thank
what
you so
happened
much.
here. So,
I agree.
all right.
I agree.
All right. Thank
so much.
you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Next case number 17, 611 30th Street, CE 19060296, number 17, 611 30th Street.
Yes, we're present.
Okay, let me find my property appraiser printout. 600. Oh, that's in here. 611 30th Street. All right, go right ahead. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Posner.
Case ending in 296, 611 30th Street, date ordered 8/7 of 19, fine started 9/9 of 19, and ran for 56 days, total $11,200, $200 a day, date of compliance 11/4 of 19. This is the same owner. And the owners made things far more difficult for themselves throughout trying to resolve this. No mistakes on the part of Papa for this one, though. The mitigating factor is that they put down was death of a family member out of the country. But subsequent to all that, the woman who owned the LLC called the city and made a fuss about the fact that the lien cross-attached to another property. How dare they do that? She's trying to sell that property. When it was explained to her that that's how the process works, she quit-claimed the property to her parents, tried to sell the other property again, and then called up yelling at city personnel that how dare it still be cross-attached, she doesn't own it anymore. When I sat down with her parents to discuss the lien reduction process and what had to be done, they acknowledged the fact that that is in fact what Deals with Dignity LLC had done. This was entirely their causing, and they've made nothing but it more difficult throughout. The city's asking for 50%.
$5,600. Okay, so. All right, I see the respondents on the screen, or the applicants, I'm sorry. Are you both going to be offering testimony?
Yes.
Or if you can both raise your right hands, please. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, we do.
Thank you very much. Why don't you tell me your names and how you're affiliated with the property, and then you can tell me about the request for the lien reduction.
Okay, my name is John Vargas and she is Luz Vargas. I'm going to be translating for her. She is the current owner on file.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, ¿quieres empezar a... I'm sorry, I'm going to speak Spanish and then translate. Will that be okay?
Yes.
Okay, ¿cómo quieres empezar? Dime qué quieres decir. Pero
Que
habla
queremos que
estamos...
nos reduzca el lien, ¿no?
Ajá. Okay. Basically, what Mr. Posner was saying is our daughter had the property under her name, but the property, the real owner always was Luz Vargas. Okay, it was transferred to Luz Vargas. We were not trying to avoid any consequences or anything. We did try to start basically trying to take care of all the issues, okay, which at this point, I think everything is taken care of. Now, there are a lot of things that happen during that period of time. One, that her dad got very sick with cancer. She had to travel. My daughter had to travel also. And then when they came back a few weeks later, her dad died and they had to travel again. So it was a very conflicting time for them too. After that, we did take care of everything the best we could. And we met with city inspector and everything. We met with Mitch also. He was very helpful. And that's how it stands right now. We basically we took care of everything. And we are asking for leniency on this matter.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else from the city on this one?
The city would agree to 50% leniency.
Okay.
Your Majesty, can we ask for less than that, please?
Well, I understand you're asking for less than that. All right, I've heard the testimony on both the city side and the applicant side. Based on what I've heard, I will agree to this lien is at $11,200. I will agree to reduce that to $3,000. Do you pay that in 30 days, or do you need more time?
I mean, right now, she is in a bind right now. Can you reduce it a little bit more, please?
I can give you more time.
Okay, I'm gonna translate what she's telling me. She's telling me that right now, she doesn't have the money to pay it, and she doesn't have work, and she has been sick, and that's why unfortunately, she fell under the COVID-19, and she's just recuperating now.
So I can give you up to 9 months.
Que dice que no te puede rebajar más, que te da hasta 9 meses.
¿Cuánto? 3,000.
3,000.
Al menos 1,500.
She just asked me again to ask you, can you reduce it to at least $1,500?
No, I cannot. I'm going to ask one more time. How much time do you need? And if if you can't tell me, then I'm just going to say 30 days. I don't want to do that, but I'm not reducing it more than $3,000, but I will give you as much reasonable time as you need to pay it. I'm understanding you can't pay it right now.
Okay, can we do 12 months?
I will do 9 months. $3,000, 9 months.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 18600 South Dixie Highway 7551 CE 19060439. Number 18600 South Dixie Highway 751.
Right here.
Hang on, give me 1 second. There we go. I have 18. Oh, my screen got all screwed up. What's the address again?
600 South Dixie, number 751.
That's all the way at the top. 600 South Dixie, number 751. Got it. And let me pull up. Okay, go ahead.
Case ending in 439, 600 South Dixie Highway, number 751. Date ordered 9/18 of 19. Fine started 10/21 of 19. Ran for 29 days. Total $5,800. Was $200 a day. Date of compliance 11/19 of 19. This is the same owner. Mitigation is didn't get the notice of violation, but it was sent to the correct POP address. It was signed for, and it was posted to the property. The other part of the mitigating factor is hard to pay due to COVID. And while we understand that, we're certainly okay with 9 months to pay whatever amount you decide on to get us past the COVID period. And they can always apply for lien reduction after the COVID period ends. Regardless, the city's asking for 30%.
All right. All right. I see the applicant, ma'am. I'm going to swear you in before I take testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and tell me your name and how you're associated with the property, and then you can tell me about the request for the lien reduction.
Yeah, my name is Amber Gutierrez. I'm representing the landlord Habel Florida Holdings. We weren't notified about the lien until I received a call on October 28th of last year. The property at the time was vacant, so if they posted a notice, we didn't know about it until I got the call. As soon as I got the call on the 28th, I immediately purchased the certificate online, and I scheduled with the inspector, Mr. Kevin Bautista. And as soon as we found out, we took care of the situation. We really are asking for a reduction. We paid for it on the 6th of November. I have the receipt with me as well. I don't know if that helps. Also, like I said, the property was vacant, so we didn't know of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Anything else from the city in this case?
No, sir.
All right. Based on the testimony that I've heard, we have a lien of $5,800. I will agree to reduce that to $1,000. You pay that in 30 days. 30 days.
Can we do the 10%?
$1,000, and I'll payable within. I said 30, but I'll give you a little more time if you need it.
Yeah. Can we do 3 months?
90 days. Agreed. $1,000 payable within 90 days.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next cases are for the address of 632 55th Street, and there's 8 cases under the address, numbers 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 19. The case numbers are CE 12030052, CE 11090191, CE 11070116, CE 11030308, CE 10100247, CE 10090298, CE 10060785, and CE 10010512.
You guys didn't pull any punches on our first Zoom hearing, did they?
We were a little backed up going into this.
All right.
In all fairness, Magistrate, it's not the first lien reductions for Zoom.
No, fair enough. So how do you want to present these?
All at once,
yeah, I want to do them all together. I'm just trying to.
I would do it normally. I do it chronological order, oldest first.
let's do it that way. And I'm ready when you are.
Apologize ahead of time if I lose my voice.
Yeah, right.
Case ending in 512, 632 55th Street. Date order 331 of 10. Fine started 128 of 10. Ran for 41 days. Total $2,050, $50 a day. Date of compliance 310 of 10. Case ending in 785, 632 55th Street. 84 of 10. Date order. Fine started 629 of 10. Ran for 35 days. $3,500 is the total. $100 a day. Date of compliance 83 of 10. Case ending in 298, 632 55th Street. Date order 11/3 of 10. Fine started 9/15 of 10. Ran for 28 days. Total $5,600. $200 a day. 10/13 of 10. Case ending in 247, 632 55th Street. Date order 12/15 of 10. Fine started 1/18 of 11. Ran for 3,282 days. Total $328,200. $100 a day. Date of compliance 1/13 of 20. Case ending in 308. Date ordered 5/4 of 11. Fine started 3/9 of 11. Ran for 26 days. $6,500. $250 a day. Date of compliance 4/4 of 11. Case ending in 116. 632 55th Street. Date ordered 8/31/11. Fine started 7/12/11. Ran for 28 days. $8,400. Total $300 a day. Date of compliance 8/9 of 11. Case ending in 191, 632 55th Street. Date order 11/2 of 11. Fine started 9/14 of 11. Number of days 26. Total $13,500 a day. Date of compliance 10/10 of 11. And if I haven't missed any, finally, case ending in 052, 632 55th Street. Date order 6/6 of 12. Fine started 3/3 of 12. Number of days was 45. Total $22,500. $500 a day. Date of compliance 4/17 of 12. The applicant is a previous owner, but also a new owner as far as the liens are concerned. They purchased the property originally with all 8 liens there. All but one had been complied. They got that one complied. They never actually passed a lien reduction inspection. They sold the property before we could do that. The total of all the liens together is $389,750. So rather than the 30% we would have asked for, we're asking for 10.
What was give me the grand total again?
$389,750.
Now, this is all the same address, right?
Yes, sir.
So in the past, when you've had situations like this, you've asked me to kind of forgive all of them, but the biggest one and just deal with that for.
That does make it a little easier, yeah.
And I'm happy to do that. I just want to make sure that's what we're talking about. That's still what you'd prefer in terms of handling.
We would be grateful.
Okay. All right. Were any of these, were the last two, the 2011 and the 191 and the 052, were those repeat cases? Or which one?
Just a moment. Yes, for 191. Yes, for 052.
Were there any others?
I believe so. Bear with me. Going back to the beginning, 512 was a repeat. $785 was a repeat. $298 was a repeat. 247 was not a repeat from what I can see, and we already covered the other two.
Okay. Did you, is agenda item? Oh, never mind. Never mind. It's not. Okay. Okay, we have the applicant.
Hello, this is Richard
Present.
Carey. Richard Carey.
Are we morning or afternoon? No, we're afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Let me go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Why don't you tell me your name and how you're affiliated with the property, and then you can tell me about the request for the lien reduction.
Okay. My name is Attorney Richard Carey. I represent the property. This was, as you can see, most of them were repeat violations from the previous owner that was back 4 in the chain of title. I recently got involved from the second owner, Elias Home Improvements, who purchased this property, who speaks pretty good English, however, does not read English that well. And he did not understand that in the contract, it actually said that he was taking the property subject to liens and the taxes. Of course, that's no excuse, but that is just a fact. In addition to taking the property subject to the liens and taxes, he also took the property, he took the property subject to water bills, outstanding water bills as well. So he purchased the property for $53,000. There was outstanding taxes of $27,000. There was an outstanding water bill of $10,800, which he paid. So instead of purchasing the property, what he thought he was purchasing for $53,000, he actually purchased for an additional $38,000, bringing up the value of to $91,000. He did not really uncover this until he completed the rehab, which he actually spent $30,000 on this rehab. We're simply looking, as you can see, the property was sold. We're holding the money in escrow. We're holding actually all the proceeds in escrow. And I understand that based on what the city's just requested, that we're going to be dealing primarily with, I guess, the largest lien is at $328,000, and the city's ask is $10,000. We simply are asking if we could reduce that to $15,000 based on the circumstances that he simply just, it's unfortunate that he just does not read English very well. And if he would have had, myself or another attorney review his contract, he would not have been in this.
Okay. Mr. Posner, what's the city's recommendation again? Tell me that again, please.
Just to correct one thing he said, the city's ask was 10%, not 10,000.
Yeah, yes, 10% of 328,000, I thought.
389,750.
So 38,9,750. Okay. All right, thank you. Counsel, anything else you'd like to tell me on this one?
No, you magistrate. I mean, those are just simply the facts. That's what I'm requesting here on behalf of the homeowner today.
All right. Anything else from the city?
No, sir.
All right, so that we keep the record keeping clear. Let's go ahead and the case ending in 512 for $2,050, 785 for $3,500, 298 for $5,600, 308 for $6,500, 116 for $8,400, 191 for $13,000, and 052 for $22,500. We're going to just forgive those to zero so that we're only dealing with the case ending in 247, which is the lion's share of the lien at $328,200. Based on everything I've heard in this, I'm going to agree to reduce the $328,000 lien down to $10,000. How long would it take to pay that?
And I have the money, so we can pay it. Just put 30 days would be fine.
Payable within 30 days. Okay. Good.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Okay, next cases are for 643 56th Street, and they have 4 cases, number 1, 3, 4, and 16. CE 08071314, CE 07110488, CE 04020793, and CE 18080241.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do this one the same way, Mr. Posner, oldest to newest, and we'll go from there.
The same way what, sir?
Same way as you did the last one, the oldest to newest.
Yes, sir.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Case ending in 793, 643 56th Street. Date ordered 5/19 of 04. Fine started 6/4 of 04. 976 days, $97,600, $100 a day. Date of compliance 2/5 of 07. Case ending in 488, 643 56th Street. Date ordered 1/11 of 08. Fine started 3/12 of 08. Ran for 3,681 days. Total $368,100. $100 a day. Date of compliance 4/10 of 18. Case ending in 314, 643 56th Street, 10/15 of 08, 11/17 of 08. Number of days was 3,472, total 173,600. $50 a day. Date of compliance 5/21 of 18. Case ending in 241, 643 56th Street. Date order 9/19 of 18. Fine started 10/22 of 18. Ran for 612 days. Total $122,400. $200 a day. Date of compliance 6/25 of 20. This is the same owner. Magistrate, this is one of the most unacceptable situations we've encountered with lien reductions. There's 4 liens totaling $761,700. There's the same owner for all of the liens. The property was cited 36 times under his ownership. That includes a chronic nuisance case opened in 2016 with no action plan in place until this month just to get him to the lien reduction. His application states he was unaware of the fines, but there's 2 other facts involved there. In 2007, he applied for a lien reduction for the 2 existing liens at that time and couldn't qualify for that due to property violations. Additionally, in 2016, when the chronic nuisance case was opened up, I spoke with the owner at the time, advised him of the 3 liens existing then, also advised him of the action plan needed, said he would send an action plan and never did. 2 of the cases, 2008 and 2018, they declined to claim the certified mail, so any lack of knowledge would have been their own doing. When it was returned, you can clearly see where they say left note at the property. It just went unclaimed. Claims the 2004 case is for no rental license is invalid as it wasn't rented, but code compliance manager Mark Joyce spoke to a tenant at the property at the time. 2018 case was for unpermitted work. He claims vagrants did that, but it was cited 10/22 of 18 and complied June 25th of 20, further proving absentee ownership. Give me a moment. I'm going to bring up a picture.
Okay.
Dang it. Okay, there were a number of properties they own in the city. This one, I'm sorry, in the county, not in the city. This property, which is in West Palm Beach, has been blight for most of the last 20 years of their ownership. They live in this particular homesteaded property. That is an assumption based on the homestead. They own a total of 7 in the county. The other 6, I can provide pictures if needed, are all well maintained while the one in West Palm Beach has been a blight for the better part of 2 decades. 3 weeks ago, Mr. Caesar called, the property owner, called, and he literally begged for a stipulated agreement of 5% of the total liens, even after being told that we would settle for 10%. This was based on a cross-attached lien he really needed to sell another property. Numerous personnel put in a lot of man hours into trying to get this complied in a short amount of time to work out the stipulated agreement. When it came time to the agreement, which was for $32,175, he refused to sign and then insisted on a hearing. A check of the properties at that point, all the properties in the county, not a single one chose to be for sale. One other factor in this case is shortly before the stipulated agreement that we told him was ready for sign, he needed to come down and pay whatever debt search finance had come up with. He called earlier in the day. It was conversation number 30 in about 6 days with the gentleman. Doing 5 things at once, I misspoke and said 25,000 on the phone. Said, don't bring a check. You can't pay it yet. We don't have the agreement. He shows up immediately with a check for 25,000. I assume realizing it was less than the $32,175. It wasn't accepted. He then called the city attorney's office insisting on the $25,000, but the city wants to stick to its agreement of $32,175 because the city does stand by its agreements. That is the city's ask today, $32,175.
All right. And we have the applicant. Yes, sir. Mr. Caesar. Yeah, go ahead and raise your right hand. You swear or affirm under penalties of perjury, your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I see you are the owner of the property. Go ahead and tell me about this request for the lien reduction.
Yes, sir. I would like to start by, first of all, the reason why I disagree to sign the settlement before I go to all the details is because that, first of all, Mr. Mitch said that there was no property sale. Is that correct, sir?
Well, I heard what he said. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, sir. I was not aware to the law that if there is a lien on your property, it links to all your property. I do have a condominium that I was supposed to sell for the last 2 years. I was unable to, and finally I had a buyer, and the buyer had a loan for 2.5, and he had 30 days to close. Now, when we go to closing, the title company said you can't close, sir, because you have a lien attached to this property. So now the buyer wanted to sue me. So I was doing everything I could to see if I could settle to the city. Now, I have a witness. I have Miss Monique Williams and another employee that was there on the phone that day when Mr. Mitch said, yes, for $25,000, we settle with you. Now, I had a lawsuit against me. The buyer was ready to sue me. Now, in the whole thing, sir, even at the end of the day, I didn't receive the settlement. Now, when I go to the office to talk to Mr. Mitch, unfortunately, I brought the check with me, and he said, no, I told you not to bring the check. I said, sir, on the phone, you told me $25,000. So I was so excited because I wanted to close on the property, and I didn't want to be sued because now, in the effort to get the settlement, sir, I was able to talk to Miss Kimberly. It's the lawyer for the city. I was begging for mercy. I said, Miss Kimberly, I called Miss Erica. I talked to Miss Aline. I was talking to everybody because I didn't want to get sued. I said, but at the same talking, I have a concern. I said, look, one of the fine is because I was sued for so many thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars for not having a rental permit. I said, ma'am, I didn't rent the house. My father was living there till 2015. And sir, the magistrate, I beg your pardon. If you go to the city record water bills, it's been my wife or me, Betsy Caesar or Jean Caesar. The house was not rented. Even after my father died in 2015, we didn't rent a place. So when I speak to Miss Kimberly said, Mr. Caesar, how can they charge you so much money just for a rental license? I said, yes. And unfortunately, my father was not even living there. She said, well, we need to look into that. I said, ma'am, please don't even go to talk to Mr. Mitch because I don't want him to get upset with me. She said, don't you worry. He won't get upset with you. So this is when I decided not to settle. Because first of all, they never sent me the settlement. Second, Mr. Rich on the phone in the presence of Miss Monique Williams and another employee told me, yes, we'll do it for $25,000. In my desperation to close the deal with that buyer, I said yes. When I went down with the check, he said, you need $32,000. When I received the email, I emailed him back, said, sir, I don't have that much money. Now, to go back on the violation, sir, this is the first house I bought since I came to this country. I bought it from my brother-in-law. The title company didn't tell me that I need to do a search to the city to make sure all the works were done with permits, okay? Now, one day, sir, I had a violation for a chronic thing. I go to the city, I say, what is this again? The person came out, they say, look, you have to talk to your code enforcement. I said, what is this for? There was, can't be on the lawn, on the yard. There was, I don't know, sir. I don't know what those images are for. But the point is that there was things on the yard. I said, look, I pay somebody to cut the yard every 2 weeks. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to hire a security guard? My honor, if you go to the area, there is crackheads all over, people selling drugs, people on the street, prostitute. I can control that. I can control these people, don't care. Now, in 2015, after my father died, they went inside the house. They vandalized it. They take every copper that was in the house. Now, we decided to go to the city. We took permit to fix all that, sir. Now, during the construction's almost over, we stop. There's a gentleman that goes in the back and built a place and staying in there. I was not aware of it. The second I got the letter, I called the city inspector, I flew to that house. We ordered the gentleman to break down the place. He broke it down. I thought everything was over, everything was done. The gentleman did not go back and put the place, the tent back again, and they continue to accumulate fine. That I was not aware of. So now, the other violation, sir, it was for a window. When I bought the house, I didn't know I had to do a search that everything that was done with permit. Now, when the inspector went there for the coding thing, and he went in the back, he saw some new windows. And I said, sir, those windows were not installed by me. When I bought the house, I bought them like this. He said, well, it's your responsibility. I said, okay, sir. Immediately, we hire a contractor, a general contractor. He charges us $1,000 to fix that problem. He went to the city. He only applied for one window. Now, I thought that was over, sir. But unfortunately, this was accumulating fines every day, which I was not aware of because I thought the situation was resolved. Until the other day, when I was talking to the city, I found out there was more than one lien on the property. And that's the time I tell Mr. Mitch, I was not aware of that. Now, if you go back, sir, what happened also when I do my research, even though the violation was resolved, nobody go in the system to stop the fine. The stop continue to go on. And that's the time after I speak to Miss Kimberly, and I say, you know what? This is not fair. Yes, I was ready to pay all this money because I was desperate. But what was done to me was not fair. That's when I say, well, I want to come before you, sir, so you can do something for me. And that's what I'm asking for lien reductions. Because I never went to property. My father was living there. Even now, sir, since 2015, the property has been vacant. I did not do any construction in the back. If you go there, sir, a lot of crackheads, a lot of people, they prostitute, people selling drugs. They go inside the backyard, sir. Now I had to install camera so I can watch the property. But before I didn't have camera. The guy built something in the back I wasn't aware of. Now, the second I got the letter, I went there and asked him to destroy it, but he went back again and do it after I went there with the inspector to make sure everything was fine. Now, there was a time during the chronic, sir, I was not here. I traveled. If it was the situation, I could have bring you my passport. The second I come back, I found out that there was a problem. I went straight to the city. I talked to somebody. I said, look, I was not there. It's not my fault. The yard was caught. People were throwing garbage on the yard, but I make sure it's clean. Now, Mr. Ruiz said, I did apply for a lien reduction, sir. I take Jehovah as my witness. I don't even know what the action plan is. I was begging Miss Monique to explain to me what is an action plan. I don't know what that is. This is my first time ever in my life applying for a lien reduction. And I take God as my witness. I don't even know what the action plan is.
Okay. Let me ask Mr. Posner, can you explain to me again the settlement agreement for 32,175 versus the mistaken belief that there was a
Okay.
20?
Yes, sir. Additionally, I will ask before he speaks again that you remind him he's under oath. At no point did we state we'll take 25,000. We actually started off at 10%. He begged, he pleaded, I don't have 10%. He wanted to sell the property. In trying to cooperate with him, we agreed to 5%. That is all Monique Williams is aware of. That's all Mark Joyce was aware of, because I have people I have to ask. And that's all Arlene Francanero from the attorney's office was aware of. When he spoke to Kimberly in the city attorney's office, she was not aware that there was a stipulated agreement with that Arlene and I had worked out. And at that point, when she found out, she said, you guys deal with it. Furthermore, due to this situation, there actually won't even be any further stipulated agreements. Now, the amount that we discussed was the 5%, which came to the $32,175. We said that several times. The day he came down with the check on the phone in a hurry, I misspoke. I did say 25,000. The words out of my mouth were not, we will take 25,000. It was, we'll have the form filled out as soon as you pay the amount on the debt search, and then you'll be able to pay the 25,000. And do not bring it today. On the phone, I said that to him. When he showed up 2 hours later and tried to give me the check in hand, I said, sir, that is not the right amount. That's not the amount we discussed. And at the time said, you know, I misspoke earlier. We agreed on the 5%. I will email you what the amount is, which I did immediately after that conversation. Monique Williams wishes to address you and wants to be sworn in.
I was going to ask if Miss Williams is still on the call. I'd like to go ahead and swear her in and have her tell me what she remembers about this.
Mr. Magistrate, may I say something, please, before Miss?
Not right now. Not right now. You may not. Right now, I'm asking if Miss Williams is still on the call.
I'm right here.
There you are. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
My question to you is, you can put your hand down. My question to you is do you have independent recollection of the city's attempt to enter into a settlement agreement in this case? And if so, what is your recollection of what the amount was and what the process was?
No stipulated agreement was brought to any, it was not brought to me. Mr. Caesar stated on the phone that Mitch and him came to an agreement of 25,000, but that was not what Mitch stated. So it's his word statement against his. So I have not seen a stipulated agreement. I have not seen or heard anyone, Mitch or anyone, Mark, state that there's a stipulated agreement for that amount. He stated he was bringing that down along with what he owed for the water bill and other amount. So no, that is incorrect. I am not in agreements with that.
Okay.
Magistrate, can I ask her a question?
Now I'm
Yes,
going to give I'm going to give the city an opportunity to ask Ms. William any questions based on mine, and then Mr. Caesar, I'll give you the same opportunity to ask Ms. Williams any questions based on my questions. So go ahead, Mr. Post.
Okay. And when we're done with Ms. Williams, if I can continue the testimony I was on, that would be appreciated. Ms. Williams, when you informed me that he called you, said he was on his way down to pay the debt search and was bringing the check for $25,000, did I inform you he was told not to bring the check?
Correct.
Yes, it's the
That
same
is
statement I
correct.
made to her.
That is
That was my
correct.
only question for her.
All right, thank you, Mr. Caesar. Do you have any questions for Ms. Williams?
Yes, sir.
And I'll come back to you and give you another opportunity to testify yourself. But right now, it's just any questions you have for Ms. Williams.
Yes, yes. Miss Williams,
Yes,
you
sir.
recall when Mr. Robert Watkins was in your office, when Mr. Mitch came to your office and accompanied with Mr. Robert, he did say that he will settle for $25,000 verbally. Everything.
I was
do you
not in the
recall-
office with Mr. Robert Watkins and Mitch Posner. I have my own office. Mitch Posner has his office, and Robert and him may have spoke, but I'm for sure that there was no stipulated agreement on paper. It has to be on paper, sir, and it has to go before the special magistrate.
Miss Monique, I'm not saying, Mr. Magistrate, everything Miss Monique says is right. There was never a stipulated agreement. My question was, have you ever heard, and I would like to put Mr. Robert Watkins also on video, have you ever heard the word $25,000 came out of Mr. Mitch? If you say you never heard that, that's okay.
I've never heard that.
Okay, and
That's something you stated.
And
That is
Mr.
Mitch. First of all, Mitch Posner, like I said, once again, he's been doing this for a very long time. It would have to be stipulated on a paper with agreement between the special magistrate, Mitch Posner, and yourself.
Okay.
Whatever
Now-
you, Mitch, and Robert discussed, I was not there.
All right, thank you, Ms. Williams. Any other questions for Ms. Williams? All right, then we go back to Mr. Posner.
First,
why don't
just
you wrap up?
just to answer one thing he had just requested. Mr. Watkins is already gone from the office. I don't have a way to put him back on camera. Just to clarify that. Now, continuing with response to everything he said, I couldn't begin to guess why his father would have told Mark Joyce that he was a tenant, but the person Mark Joyce spoke to did not mention father and said they were a tenant at the property on the evening during a sweep in that area. As far as the structure in the backyard goes, he just said two contradictory statements. One was he had the vagrants remove it and the code officer didn't stop the fine. And then later on, he contradicted himself and said as soon as he left, the vagrants put it back. So I don't know which one he's intending as his testimony. The bottom line is compliance for that particular issue was based on the pictures of the chronic nuisance officer who has made monthly inspections there for 4 years. So when he finally had pictures that showed that structure gone, that's when the fine stopped. If not for the chronic nuisance case, actually, the fine probably still wasn't running until he asked us to come check and comply to that case. But bottom line on all of this is the agreement we had was for $32,000. He ran with it when he heard a lower amount by mistake, despite being told it was a mistake. I've already conceded I made that mistake one time.
I heard you.
And we were dealing with a property with 2 decades of absentee ownership, negligence, 36 cases under his ownership, a chronic nuisance case for 4 years. And his statement that he doesn't know what an action plan is inaccurate because I explained it to him when the case was opened in 2016 at length, and he said he would send one. If he doesn't recollect, I can't do anything about that.
All right, Mr. Caesar, I'll give you your final opportunity to tell me anything additional that you'd like to tell me.
Yes, sir. When I call Mrs. Arlene on the phone and I beg her, I say, ma'am, if you can go back on the phone conversation and listening to my conversation with me and Mr. Mitch, you will hear when he told me that day we will settle for that amount. And as I said, sir, I was so desperate to do the closing. I said, look, Mr. Mitch said, oh, you only want to do this because you want to close. I said, sir, I have no reason to lie to you. Mr. Mitch said, oh, you had to talk to me in 2016. With all due respect, sir, I didn't want to argue with Mr. Mitch. I said, sir, I am a person by my word. I preach the Bible and I go by it. And I believe in everything I say. I don't know what an action plan is. I had to beg to explain to me. And sir, I did send an email to Mr. Mitch and to, I don't know who else I can look at in my email, and Miss Arlene that no, I don't agree to the $32,000 stipulation. I did say that in the email. Mr. Mitch said we agreed on that. Now he's gonna say, yes, we were having that conversation. As I said before, sir, and I will not lie, I was so desperate. When he told me the 5%, I did say, yes, I will settle for 5%. Later on, I didn't know what the 5% is $32,000. When he told me on the phone, I will do it for 25,000. I was so desperate, I said, yes. That's the reason why I came with a check that day.
Objection, that statement was never made.
Sir, if you could go on the phone, and if Mr. Robert Watkins was there, and I don't know how to prove it, but if I can go on the phone conversation, if it was recorded, Mr. My Honor, you would have heard that. And Mr. Robert Watkins would be here and testify also, he has heard that. Now, what I'm saying is, sir, the reason why I did not settle even for the $25,000 is after I talked to Miss Kimberly, and I said, Miss Kimberly, I'm willing to pay all that money, but it's not money that I have. But seriously, I
So,
thought
Mr. Caesar, I don't need you to repeat yourself. I've heard all this already. I need you to
Yes.
wrap it up.
Okay.
If you have
Yes, sir.
anything new to tell me, that now would be the time, but I don't need you to repeat yourself. I've heard
Yes, sir.
everything you
The only
said.
thing I wish I could do, I wish Mr. Robert Watkins will be there because he could testify that, yes, he heard those $25,000 word. He was in Mr. Mitch's office when he said to me, he will settle for 25,000. I went to the bank right away because I was so desperate to do the closing and bring that check. That day, Mr. Mitch told me, didn't I tell you, don't bring the check? I said, sir, I'm sorry. You're right. You did tell me that. It's my mistake. It's because I'm so desperate to have a settlement to close because this lady is waiting to sue me. At the end of the day, sir, you can ask Mr. Mitch, I never received any settlement. I never.
Okay, understood. So that's why everyone's here and I get to make the decision. All right, I have heard everything from everybody. This is a 700 and what is it, $61,000 total lien?
Now, before I came here, sir, they
Mr.
told me it was
Posner.
500 and something.
Mr.
500.
Caesar, your turn is over. It's now my turn.
I apologize, sir. I apologize.
$761,700.
That's what I had written down. So this is a $761,700 lien. Mr. Caesar, I heard everything you said. I have no reason to believe that any other code enforcement officer would testify any different than Miss Williams did. You told me that she was a witness as well, and by her own testimony, she was not. The only other thing I would say, you mentioned multiple times that you don't know what a chronic nuisance order is. Nobody should ever have to know what a chronic nuisance order is, because if you take care of your property correctly, you should never have to worry about a chronic nuisance order. Also, so here's what I am doing in this case. I've heard all of this testimony. I am agreeing to reduce $761,700 to $35,000 payable within 6 months. And I will sign that order. Thank you very much.
Sir, may I say something, please?
No, sir, I'm done with this case. Erica, do we have any other matters under the 11:30 agenda?
No.
I need to take a 5-minute break before we wrap up the rest of the regular agenda.
Yep.
Thanks, Keith, for that restroom break.
Kicked off for a second.
I needed that.
Yeah, I did. My dog did. I did.
All right, so you guys are ready?
Ready?
Let's rip through the rest of this thing.
Okay, number 38-560 Canoga Drive, CE 19110005, number 38.
Okay, 516 Canoga Drive. Don Williams, Code Enforcement, City of West Palm Beach. I cite this property for 18103B, which is repair roof and walls and foundation. 18106B, which is excessive growth. 7434A1J, which is garbage cans placement. 94302A4, which is fence and wall maintenance. 94482A, unpaid parking, and 9471C, outdoor storage. I actually cited this property on November the 1st, 2019. Certified mail received on July the 8th of 2020. The property was posted August the 5th, 2020. I had no contact with the property owners, so I'm asking 90 days to comply or $100 a day thereafter.
All right, we'll find proper notice with the certified mail.
Those are the wrong pictures. It should be 516 Canoga.
Oh, that's not the right pictures?
No. I believe that's 1311 South Flagler. Those pictures. Monique, are you there?
Is that the right screen?
No, 516 Canoga.
That's not it? Okay.
No.
Let me get out. Hold on.
Oh, look at that.
Okay. I thought I was sharing it. 191. Okay.
Got it?
All right. Is that it?
That is it.
All right. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Special Master, you want me to repeat anything or you okay?
No, just let me take a quick peek. Yep. All right, so again, I did find proper notice. You testified you had certified mail. I've reviewed the photographs. Based on the evidence, find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept your recommendation, allow 90 days for compliance, thereafter daily fines of $100 per day.
Thank you, sir.
Number 39, 1311 South Flagler Drive, CE 2002054.
Okay, 1311 South Flagler Drive. Cited for Don Williams Code Enforcement. That property was cited for 18106A, clean and unsanitary condition. 18106C, drainage on a vacant lot. And 18106I, litter, trash, debris. And 18214D, which is unpaid parking. Property was cited February 4th, 2020. Certified mail received, let's say July 10th, 2020. The property was posted August the 6th, 2020. Contact has been made with the property owners. And we do have a compliance of 18106C, which is the drainage problem that's been complied. So I'm asking for additional 30 days to comply with the remaining violations for $100 a day thereafter.
All right. I have reviewed the photographs, heard your testimony. I will find proper notice. I will find the property remains in violation as cited, except for 18106C, which has complied. For the remaining violations, I'll allow an additional 30 days to comply those out, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day.
Number 40, 742 New Jersey Street, CE 200200127.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement, 742 New Jersey Street, was cited for 18106G, which is painting the exterior of the property, 18106L, landscape requirements, and 94442E, which is landscaping the swale and the parkways. I actually cited this property February 7th, 2020. Certified mail received by the owner on July 9th, 2020, and the property was posted August the 5th of 2020. Contact has been made with the owners of that property. They are working on it. So I'm trying to allow them additional 30 days to comply, or $100 a day thereafter.
Are there any photographs for this one?
742 New Jersey, yes. Those are them.
And what is the paint issue with
Yeah,
the building?
it's coming up shortly. We'll get
Okay.
to the landscape. Here you are.
I see. All right. I will find proper notice in this case with your certified mail and posting. Based on the evidence in the testimony, I'll find the property remains in violation as cited, accept your recommendation for an additional 30 days to comply, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Okay.
Number 41, 2013 Dock Street, CE 200200169.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement, 2013 Dock Street, was cited for 18106A, in unsanitary conditions with trash and debris over the property. 18162A, which is rental license, and 2232A, which is a certificate of use. 7434A-1-J, which is trash can replacement. 94302A-4, which is fence repair. 94482A, which is unpaid parking, and 9471C, outdoor storage. The property was cited February 11, 2020. Certified mail received by the owner on July 9th, 2020, and the property was posted August 5th, 2020. No contact with the property owners, so I was willing to allow them an additional 30 days or $200 a day thereafter.
What is the fence issue?
It's leaning. Some of the posts are exposed on the ends.
Okay.
Come on.
Oh, is that it there?
Yes, sir.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay, I will find proper notice in this case. I'll make a finding based on the evidence, photographs, testimony. The property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the recommendation for an additional 30 days to comply and thereafter daily fines of $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
Number 42, 357 Colonial Road, CE 200500073.
John Williams, Code Enforcement. Cited this property 357 Colonial Road for a rental license, which is 18162A, and a certificate of use, which is 2232A. Cited the property May 18th, 2020. Certified mail was sent July 6th, 2020. The property was posted on August 5th, 2020. No contact with the property owners, but there are tenants on the property. I spoke with them. And this is a new license. This be the first time a license been obtained by the owner. So I'm recommending 30 days or $200 a day thereafter.
All right, I find proper notice exists. I will find the property remains in violation as cited based on the testimony and evidence, and I'll accept your recommendation to allow 30 additional days for compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $200 per day.
Number 43, 600 Park Place, CE 200700038.
John Williams, Code Enforcement. Inside this property, 600 Park Place for which is a fence repair. Cited the property July 6, 2020. Certified mail sent out on July 6, 2020. And the property was posted August 6, 2020. Contact has been made with the owner of the property. They are in the process of completing the wall, but they didn't have a permit. So they applied for the permit. They're just waiting on the permit. So I'm asking, giving them additional 30 days to obtain the permit and $100 a day fine thereafter.
All right, I do find proper notice. Find property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the recommendation to allow 30 additional days to comply by obtaining the necessary permit to complete the work. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance.
Thanks, sir.
Number 44, 948 30th Street, CE 200703333.
Laura Borso, Code Enforcement. Per sections 18209A and 18212C, the owners of vacant properties where they have a structure are not required to register the vacant property with the city or by going through a third party called ProChamps and paying a $250 registration fee. 948 30th Street was noticed on by certified mail on July 23rd, 2020. It was also noticed per ProChamps on 4/21/2020. As of July 22nd, it was not registered. So again, it was sent certified mail on 7/23. The property was posted on 7/27. As of July 27th, 2020, the certified mail was received and signed for. As of 8/18/2020, the owner has not complied with the city requirement. ProChamps has also attempted to contact this owner on 7/3/19, 11/15/19, and 12/19/19. City is asking that the magistrate find the property in violation to giving an additional 10 days for compliance or $25 a day until complied.
All right, I do find proper notice with your certified mail and posting. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I'll find the property remains in violation as cited and accept the recommendation for an additional 10 days to comply and thereafter $25 per day until compliance is achieved.
Number 45, 639 38th Street, CE 200703338.
Again, Laura Borso, Code Enforcement. Again, per sections 18209A and 18212C, owners of vacant properties are required to register those properties with the city or ProChamps by paying a $250 registration fee. This property at 639 38th Street was submitted to ProChamps on April 22nd of 2020 for registration through ProChamps. It was checked on 7/21, had not yet been registered. Notice was sent, certified, and regular mail on July 23rd and posted at the property on 7/27 of 2020. As of August 18th, 2020, the owner has still not complied with this requirement. ProChamps has also attempted to contact the owner on July 28th of 2020, as well as April 17th of 2012. The city is asking that the magistrate find the property in violation, giving an additional 10 days for compliance or $25 a day until compliance is achieved.
All right, thank you. I will find proper notice with certified mail and regular mail and posting. I will, based on the testimony and the evidence, find property remains in violation. Recommendation for an additional 10 days to comply, thereafter $25 per day until compliance is achieved.
Number 46, 627 47th Street, CE 200703441.
Florida Board of Code Enforcement, again, 627 47th Street, and per sections 18209A and 18212C. Again, vacant properties are required to be registered with the city or going through Pro Champs, paying the $250 registration fee. On 4/22/2020, this property was reported to Pro Champs. On July 21st, it was still not registered with that company. Notice was then sent certified and mailed on 7/22/2020 and posted on 7/27/2020. As of August 18th, 2020, the owner still had not complied with this requirement. Pro Champs had also attempted to contact the owners on May 6th of 2016 for compliance. As of this time, again, it is not complied. The city is asking that the magistrate find the property in violation, giving an additional 10 days for compliance or $25 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. I will find proper notice. I will find the property remains in violation as cited, and I will accept a recommendation for an additional 10 days to comply. Thereafter, $25 per day until compliance is achieved.
Number 47, 609 52nd Street, CE 2007035.
Florida Board of Code Enforcement, I'm just going to reread the code case again, since it kind of got a little garbled. CE 2007035, 609 52nd Street. Again, a vacant property required to be registered for sections 18209 and 18212C. Notice was sent certified on 7/23/2020. Property was posted on 7/27/2020. Was submitted to Pro Champs in April of this year on the 21st of 2020. It was not registered as of July 21st. Checked as of August 18th of this year, it was still not complied with this requirement. Pro Champs has also attempted to contact the owners as of April 21st of this year. The city is asking that the magistrate find the property in violation, giving an additional 10 days for compliance or $25 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. I find proper notice. I find the property remains in violation as cited, and I will accept the recommendation for an additional 10 days to comply. Thereafter, $25 a day until compliance is achieved.
Sorry. Number 48, 1010 Charlotte Ave, CE 200704117.
1010 Charlotte Ave was submitted to Pro Champs on June 9th, 2020 per sections 18209A and 18212C regarding vacant property registration through the city or by Pro Champs, a third party, paying a $250 registration fee. The property was not registered as of July 24th of 2020. Notice was then sent certified and regular mail on July 28th, 2020. Property was also posted on July 30th, 2020. As of August 18th, 2020, the owner has still not complied with this requirement. City is asking that the special magistrate find the property in violation, giving an additional 10 days for compliance or $25 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. I do find proper notice. I find, based on the evidence, the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the recommendation for an additional 10 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $25 per day.
Next case, number 49, 1011 Windsor Avenue, CE 200704019.
1011 Windsor Avenue was submitted to Pro Champs May 26th of 2020 per sections 18209A and 18212C for the vacant properties registration with the city or pro champs by paying a $250 registration fee. It was checked on July 24th and it had not been registered. Therefore, a notice was sent certified and mailed on July 28th and posted at the property on July 30th. Pro Champs has also attempted to contact the owner on May 26th of 2020. As of August 18th of 2020, the owner still has not come into compliance with this requirement. City has asked that the special magistrate find the property in violation, giving an additional 10 days for compliance or $25 a day until complied.
Thank you. I'll find proper notice. I will find the property remains in violation as cited, and I will accept the recommendation to allow an additional 10 days to comply and thereafter $25 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Next case number 50 is 951 31st Street, CE 200700288.
That case is complied.
We'll take it.
51 is complied and 52 is complied.
Yeah, I have 53. Erica.
One 96937. 969.
Completely broke up. I didn't hear anything.
Second Street, CE 2070289 is complied. Number 52 is complied. 959 30. CE 3943 31st Street. C.
Ray Young City,
When,
West Palm Beach.
9.
Go ahead. 943 31st Street, right?
943 31st Street.
Yep. Ray Young City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 943 31st Street was originally cited on 7/22/20 with a notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall 7/28/20. Certified mail was sent on 7/23/20. Property was cited for 34102B, the inoperative vehicle, 9471C, the outdoor storage, and 94482A, the unpaved parking. I have made contact with the owner, and all violations are complied with the exception of the 34102B, the inoperative vehicle. Special magistrate, the city is requesting an additional 30 days to come into compliance, or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. I will find proper notice. I will find, based on the testimony and the evidence, that the property has complied, except that 34102B remains in violation. I'll accept the recommendation to allow an additional 30 days for compliance of that violation, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day.
Thank you.
Number 54 3025 Windsor Avenue, CE 2007038.
Yep, Ray Young City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance, 3025 Windsor Avenue, originally cited on 7/22/20 with a notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 7/28/20. Certified mail was sent on 7/23/20. This property was cited for 18103J, exterior paint, 94302A4, fence repair, and 94482A, unpaved parking. Special magistrate, I have made contact with the owner, Mr. Backus, who did comply with 18103J, but requested more time for all other violations. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 30 days to come into compliance, or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
All right, so the unpaved parking and the fence repair is all that's left. All right, I will find proper notice. I will find the property remains in violation of 94-302A4 and 94-482A, but has complied with 18-103J. I'll accept the recommendation to allow an additional 30 days to comply with no, I got that backwards, didn't I?
30 days, $100 per day for the unpaved parking and the fence repair. And the paint has been complied?
18-103J is complied.
Yes.
The other two, 94-302A4 and 94-482A, remain in violation, but we'll get an additional 30 days to comply, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day.
Thank you.
Number 55, 938 31st Street, CE 200704552.
Ray Lee, Young City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance, 938 31st Street, originally cited on 7/30 of 20. Notice of violation posted at the property in City Hall on 8/3 of 20, and the certified mail was sent on 7/31 of 20. Property was cited for 1806B, excessive growth, 18215B, failure to comply, and 7434A1J, the garbage can placement. I have not made contact with the owner, but all violations are complied with the exception of 7434A1J, just the garbage can remaining. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 10 days to come into compliance, or $50 per day until compliance is achieved.
I do find proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I'll find the property remains in violation of 7434A1J, but has complied with the other violations alleged in the notice of violation. You say 10 days?
Yeah, 10 days for the garbage can, Street.
And what do you want? $100 a day?
It's $50 a day, please.
$50 a day. I'll agree. I think that's appropriate. 10 days, $50 a day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 56, 814 34th Street, CE 2007046.
Ray Lee, Young City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance, 814 34th Street, or was originally cited on 7/30 of 20, with the notice of violation posted at the property in City Hall on 8/3 of 20. Certified mail was sent on 7/31 of 20. This property was cited for 18106B, exterior growth, 18215B, failure to comply, 7431A1J, the garbage can placement, 34102A, inoperative vehicle, and 9471C, the outdoor storage. I have not made contact with the owner, but all violations have complied with the exception of 7434A1J, the garbage can, and 34102A, the inoperative vehicle. The city is requesting an additional 30 days to come into compliance, or $150 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. I will find proper notice. I'll find the property remains in violation with City Code Section 7434A1J and 34102A, but has complied with the other sections that were cited in the original notice. I'll accept the recommendation to allow an additional 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed.
Thank you.
Number 57, 1001 West Lakewood Road, CE 200603111.
Richard Pazmino, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on June 26, 2020. Certified mail was sent on June 30th and received July 22nd. In addition, the property was posted in City Hall on July 17th, 2020. This property was cited for 18103B, roof repair, 18103F. There was appurtenances, the rain gutters on the property were damaged, and 94-302A4 fence maintenance. As of today, the only remaining violation is 94-302A4. They have begun replacing the fence at the property, but have not applied or obtained a permit. I spoke with the owner, who is out of the country, and she's asking for additional time to get the work done correctly with permit. The city's recommending 60 additional days or a fine of $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
I'm getting an awful lot of background noise. If everyone can mute their phones if they're not speaking.
So I'm gonna have to call like
I think it's Monique.
So I have to call and see who I need to speak to about getting, get paid for it.
Can we get phones muted unless you're testifying? I can't. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you. Okay, so this I do find proper notice in this case. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find that the property has complied with the notice of violation, except for 94-302A4, which remains in violation. Will allow an additional 60 days to comply thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day.
Thank you.
Number 58, 1005 West Lakewood Road, CE 20060332.
Richard Pazmino, Code Enforcement, City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited July 1st, 2020. Certified mail was sent July 6th, 2020, and received July 13th. In addition, the property and City Hall were posted July 17th, 2020. This property was cited for 105.1, failure to secure building permits, 110.3, required inspections, 18106A, clean and sanitary conditions, 18106K, 74-34-A-1-J, 94-302A4, 94-482A, and 94-71C. As of today, the only remaining violations are 105.1. Permit is required for the fence. 110.3, inspections required for the permit for the fence. And 94-302A4, fence maintenance. I have had contact and met with the property owner at the property, discuss the violations and compliance. The city is, the property owners are working on getting the permit. They're replacing that whole fence that they were having issue with. Those photos are for the wrong property. They had issues with FPL. They had a tree in the line, so they're asking for additional time. The city's recommending 60 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved. The tree has come down. They're working on the fence now and the permit process.
Okay. All right, I will find proper notice. I will find, based on the testimony and the evidence, that the property has complied with all code sections that were cited, except for 105.1 and 110.3 and 94-302A4, all of which deal with the fence. I'll accept the city's recommendation to allow an additional 60 days to comply those violations. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day.
Next case number 59, 726 Forest Hill Boulevard, CE 20070088 is complied. Number 60, 5909 Parker Avenue, CE 20070164.
Richard Pazmino, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited July 10th, 2020. Certified mail was sent July 13th and received on July 17th, 2020. In addition, the property and City Hall were posted on July 17th, 2020. This property was cited for clean and sanitary conditions, trash debris on the property, excessive growth, failure to comply, overgrowth, and fence maintenance. I'd like to remove 94-302-A-4. The chain link fence in question is city property. This is a property that is adjacent to the city park.
Okay,
The chain link fence belongs to the city.
gotcha.
All remaining violations are still current, and I've had no contact from anyone of the property. The city is recommending 10 days for the property to come in to compliance or in order to abate the violations, since they do pose a threat to the life, safety, welfare of the community. And there is an issue. There might be issue with gaining access to the part of the property that is overgrown and in poor condition. So if I'd like to add that if the city's not able to send the contractors in to abate, if they can't get access, if we could run fines for $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Okay. I will find proper notice with the certified mail and posting. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property in violation as cited, except that 94-302A4 has been withdrawn. I will allow 10 days for this property to be brought into compliance. I do find the property is a condition as a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare based on the photographs and the evidence. I will authorize the city after 10 days to enter the property, abate the violations, and assess the costs. However, if due to the extreme nature of the overgrowth, you're not able to get in and abate it, then there will be daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Number 61, 935 Selkirk Street, CE 20070300 is complied. Number 62, 936 McIntosh Street, CE 20070303 is complied. Number 63, 924 McIntosh Street, CE 20070327.
Richard Pazmino, Code Enforcement, City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on July 20th, 2020. Certified mail was sent July 24th, 2020. And the city and property were posted on August 7th, 2020. This property was cited for removed prohibited vehicle being stored on the property and outdoor storage, residential. As of today, the property is still in full violation. I've had no contact from the owner of the property, and there's been no changes at all. The city's recommending 15 additional days for this property to come into compliance with these codes, or the city's asking for $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
I'm sorry, tell me how many days again?
15 days.
15.
It's a trailer being stored on the property, and then some of that outside storage, they just moved behind the fence, but it's taller than the fence. It's still visible. It's like a dresser or some kind of inside furniture.
All right, I will find proper notice in this case. I will find property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the recommendation for an additional 15 days and thereafter daily fines. Did you want $100 a day?
Yes, $100.
So ordered. Okay.
Number 64, 911 Summit Boulevard, CE 20070397.
Richard Pazmino, Code Enforcement, City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited July 27th, 2020. Certified mail was sent July 28th and received July 29th, 2020. In addition, the property and City Hall were posted on August 7th, 2020. This property was cited for 34102A inoperative vehicles and 94482A unpaved parking at the property. As of today, I've received no contact from the owners. Code 34102A inoperative vehicle, they have made operable. They inflated the tires, but there still remains the unpaved parking issue. The city's recommending 5 additional days to correct this violation, or the city's asking for $100 a day fine until compliance is achieved.
All right. Because 34102A is complied, did it comply within the time frame set in your notice of violation?
Yes, it did.
It did, okay. All right, so the only remaining violation is 94482A. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation of that code section. I also find proper notice in this case. I'll accept the city's recommendation for an additional 5 days to comply, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day.
Thank you.
Number 65, 1112 State Street, CE 20030394.
Sorry. Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited March 24th, 2020. Certified mail was sent out June 4th. Property was posted June 8th. The property was cited for 1813B, 1813J, 1806A, 1806I, 18265, 74-4C4, and 74-4C5. I've had contact with the property owner at this time. The city is requesting a split order, 180 days for violations 1803B and 1813J, or $200 per day, and 30 days for all other violations $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
Same daily fine you're recommending on all the others, 200 a day?
Yeah.
All right, I will find proper notice with posting of the certified mail. Based on your testimony and the evidence, I'll find the property remains in violation. As cited, I will allow 180 days for compliance with City Code Section 18103B and J as well, right?
Yes.
All right, and then all other violations will require compliance within 30 days. If either of those deadlines are not complied with, daily fines of $200 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 66, 1429 North Australian Avenue, CE 200400035.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited in April 8th of 2020. Certified mail was sent out May 15th, 2020. Property and City Hall were posted June 8th. Property was cited for 1816A, 1816B, 1862A, 2232A, 74-4A3, 74-4C3, 74-4C5, 78-6, and 94-482A. At this, I've had contact with the property owner. At this time, we would like to omit violation codes 18162A and 2232A as it is not being rented. And the city is requesting an additional 180 days for violations 94-482A or $50 per day, and all other violations have complied.
Okay, I was keeping up until the last part right before all other violations complied. Which is the
Okay, that's fine. So for the rental license and CLU 18162A and 2232A, I want to omit that. It's owner occupied.
I got that.
Okay, so the violations that's left is 94-482A, the driveway repair, and we 180 days or $50 per day.
And everything else is complied.
Everything else is complied with.
Okay, so I do find proper notice. The city is pulling 18162A and 2232A. Those are not part of this case any longer. I will find the other violations that are listed in the notice have been complied with, except for 94-482A regarding the driveway and disrepair. And for that violation, I'll allow an additional 180 days. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
180 days to comply. What's your daily fine amount that you're requesting?
$50.
$50 a day, so ordered.
Number 68, 1006 LA Kirksey Street, CE 200600067.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on June 6, 2020. Certified mail was sent out June 10th. The property and City Hall were posted June 24th. Property was cited for codes 1813B, 1813J, 1816A, 78-6, and 9471C. Property has complied with 9471C. All other violations remain. I've had no contact with the property owner. At this time, the city is requesting an additional 90 days or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
All right, I do find proper notice with certified mail and with the posting. Find the property remains in violation as cited, except for the property has complied with 9471C. For all remaining violations, I'll allow an additional 90 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day.
Number 70, 1919 Beautiful Ave, CE 200600237.
Sandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on June 22nd of 2020. Certified mail was sent out June 29th. Property and City Hall were posted on June 24th. Property was cited for 1813B, 1813J, 1816A, 18265, 74-4C4, 74-4C5, and 94446-2. At this time, the city is requesting a split order, 30 days for violations 18106A, 18265, 74-4C4, 74-4C5, 944462, or $100 per day until compliance is achieved. And 180 days for violations 1813B and 1813J, $100 until compliance is achieved.
Okay. I do find proper, I do find proper notice. I will find that the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to allow 180 days for compliance with sections 18103B and J. I'm going to allow 30 days for compliance for everything else. If either of those deadlines is not met, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 71, 2025 North Dixie Highway, CE 2006037.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on June 30th, 2020. Certified mail was sent out July 14th. Property and City Hall were posted July 1st. Property was cited for 1816A, 1816B, 74-4C4, and 74-4C5. I've had contact with the property owner. At this time, the city is requesting an additional 30 days or $25 per day until compliance is achieved.
I do find proper notice with certified mail and posting. Based on the evidence of the testimony, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept your recommendation for an additional 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $25 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 72, 711 21st Street, CE 200702223.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited July 14th, 2020. Certified mail was sent out July 18th. Property and City Hall were posted August 5th. This property was cited for 1816A, 1816B, 18215B, 74-4C3, 74-4C5. I've had no contact with the property owner. At this time, the city is requesting 5 days or an abate order.
And is there pictures? I just want to see, is this a health, let's see the health, safety, and welfare.
Yeah, it's actually, it's a vacant lot. When she pulls it up, you'll be able to see. And it's just been dumped on and has not been trimmed, cut for a while.
Definitely a health, safety, welfare situation. That picture looks like something I saw earlier. Is that?
Yeah, that's part, they're next to each other. It's a vacant lot. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, I will find proper service, proper notice with certified mail. The property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation to allow an additional 5 days to comply. Thereafter, the city is authorized to enter the property, abate the violations which clearly constitute a threat to public health, safety, and welfare, and assess those costs.
Number 73, oh no, 73. Lastly, number 74, 509 19th Street, CE 200703449.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited June 21st, 2020. I'm sorry, July 21st, 2020. Certified mail was sent out July 30th. Property and City Hall were posted August 7th. Property was cited for 1816A, 18214A, 18215B, and 18265. I've had contact with some of the stakeholders, Special Magistrate. I'm not sure if you remember this case from earlier. There is currently no water on the property. So
I remember that.
yeah.
Wow, we had a couple of those. So
yeah, so at this time we are requesting 2 days or an abatement.
Wait, should we have called that earlier?
was this the one that the lady was residing in, or was this the vacant one with the vagrants?
I think this is the one. Earlier, I think she was saying she was still living in there. I'm not quite sure.
Why did we call this one too?
Yeah, we had 2 cases with no water. One was there were some vagrants that did not have permission, and the other one there was a lady who came to the hearing and testified about living there. This is the one with where the lady was actually staying there, right?
Yeah, this is the one.
Okay. Okay,
I believe
so-
you gave her 3 days for that one.
Correct.
So I don't mind changing that to 3 days too, just to match with what the building inspector has.
Okay, I will find proper notice. I will find the property remains in violation. So we're gonna give 3 additional days, and then what's the relief after that?
We would actually have to board up the property,
Secure the property.
secure it properly,
So,
and
so same as the other order, 3 days
Yeah.
to vacate or get the water turned on, I guess.
yeah.
Okay, so ordered.
What is, yeah, what is the order?
3 days to comply.
Or abatement. We would have to board up the property.
Or the city's authorized to enter the property after the 3 days and abate the violations. They are health, safety, welfare violations.
That completes the agenda.
Really?
Yes.
You sure you don't want to do something else? Because
No.
that was all in all, I thought it went pretty well for what we had.
did.
What we had.
OMG, that was the longest one.
All right, well, thank you, everybody.
Oh,
I
wow.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Gosh, it's what is it? It's 2:14 and we stand adjourned.
Yes.